I feel it on my skin today. All the things I try to wash away, they've been waiting for my walls to thin. I feel it on my skin. And now the ghosts are flooding in, trying to drown me in my former sins. Let the panic in my lungs begin. I feel it on my skin. A shiver and a shake may take me, but I will still return. The memories that hold me, shape me, a product of the burn. When I'm underneath the surface, I can shut my eyes and focus so I can see. Underwater, hear the rumbling of my former ego mumbling. Can you hear that too? Or maybe it's just me. A shiver and a shake may take me, but I'll still return. The memories that haunt me, shape me, a product of the burn. And I'll drink it all. A shiver and a shake may take me, but I will still return. The memories that haunt me, shape me, a product of it
Hello, hello. Hello, and hello. Let's turn the music a little bit quieter. Yes, this is my new look, as you can completely see. I think the rigging is done beautifully, and just the details. I should have probably done it like this. Wait, I'll come up. I'll come up. Hello. Wait. Hi. Yeah, I've been to the hairdresser, I would say. I've got the details. You know, let's go over the details, okay? So, I want to show this off in detail. So we got the little head wings, obviously. We got my eyes. The black obviously stayed in the hair, but it's now more of a mullet. We still have the ears. And I don't know if you noticed, but I do actually have a tongue piercing. Because if I can't have it IRL, I'm gonna have it as a VTuber. Yes, of course, the Joker stage. Then we have the jacket. The jacket is obviously also still the same. I still have my chest harness. Okay. Twitch! I'm still wearing clothes, so cancel me. Boom. We got them hips. We got them hips. And I actually have pants. They are a bit torn, but I do have pants. And I even have shoes! I have shoes! Oh, you don't know how long I've been sitting on this, keeping this to myself. Yes. So this model is done by the lovely Kyoki. Asuka and I are now model brothers. Koki is also now a model brother of mine. Let me screenshot. Should I let you? Nah, I'll let you. Brother, you're making me blush. You're making me blush. And I also have pointy ears now. Oops, that was the wrong one. Yeah, I still have to figure out these controls. I set the controls, but oh. Yeah, so you might have noticed I added a new redeem. Which is also with this model. You can now snatch my hoodie. In case anybody would want that. But you can now snatch my hoodie, and I can put it back on. Ja, I added that. Hi, Pack! Was ist mit dir passiert? Bist du jetzt ein gefallener Engel oder was? Willst du einen auf Flüstern machen? Ey, Bruder, meine Law war schon immer, dass ich ein Krähendämon bin. Und ich habe einfach ein neues Model. Und das zeige ich heute. As I said, lovely work done by the awesome Kyoki. And I just really like how this came out. Das ist Lore? Ja, schon immer. I always had lore. Even with the old model, I had a demon form. I didn't have that for nothing. I completely ignored that. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. And I even built a little thing for our reading session in a bit because I do have the book. I do have the book here. We can read. But that's not the only thing we'll do today. Of course, you know, I've been gone for a while, so for my German viewers, it's also then time. For V-Hard. Oh, and there goes my hoodie. Alrighty. Great! It was immediately used. Amazing. Reading sessions. What are we reading? The Lesser Key of Solomon? No! We are reading The King in Yellow! By Robert W. Chambers. We are reading The King in Yellow. A pretty good book, in my opinion. Pretty good. The hoodie stayed on longer than I thought. Well, I just introduced the mechanic. I guess people want to see this. I gave you too much power, I am afraid. At least it's only the hoodie and not something else. That would get me. That would get me so bad. The waist. You want this? You want this? Yes. I also took over the I also took over a lot of the redeems of the other model. So you can still do the usual stuff. You can still give me cat ears. You can still make me pull out my tongue. You can still sit on me. You can still pet me. I made sure to transfer all of that, which was great. If it didn't immediately break right before stream. But we already are used to that, aren't we? Do you need a few minutes? I got this model actually a while ago. I think it was a birthday present to my... No, it wasn't. I got this year. I got this year, but... You know, I've been working on it, fiddling around with it, and just like, you know, I did want to reveal it with the new overlay I'm getting, but... Money. The tradition! Yes, we all know it at this point. Yes, we do. And it is greatly appreciated. Thank you, Enzo, for the $5. Where was I? I wanted to reveal it with the overlay, the new one. But because we all know how busy our puppy boy is, I didn't want to put the extra stress on him. I told him it can wait. Enjoy your shower anytime. Don't slip. I didn't want to put more like stress onto the puppy boy, so the new overlay has to wait. To which I am very much excited. Hello, Cookie! Hi! Good luck with your stream if you can hear me. Good luck! Oh my god, I have an idea for the next time the hoodie gets off. Yeah, I haven't figured out when it comes back. There we go. Let me give a predetermined shout out to Cookie. Because I can, it's my channel. There we go. Because Cookie is right now also live. The schedules with my mods. I love it. I do love it. Well, my other mod is literally my dad. Hi, Dad! Shout out to my dad. If he sees this. Okay. Cookie will be haunted later. Yes. Yes, he shall. He shall. Okay. Oh yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Tik Tok, for reminding me that a legend is dead. Ha! Rip Dolly Parton. Rip. They took the wrong one from us. They took the wrong one. Greetings, Father Crowlis, if you're here. He's lurking. I know he's working on his watch series, so he's probably lurking. You cannot hide from me, Father. I don't know if I told the story, but when I was playing Phasmo with Errol, and I assume it was like the usual Phasmo gang. I cannot remember the exact stream. I was humming from my POV, and I was apparently doing the Witch Doctor. I was like, da, 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 da. I do hum random tunes when I'm nervous. And the next time Father Crowlis has visited me, well, guess what song he put on? That's how I know he always listens. The Father is always listening. Bazinga! Hello, Marty! Hello, my dear! You missed the reveal! But hello, yes, I'm showing off the new look. I love how you look. I can show off the details again. So of course we have the we do have the I'm drinking. Let me do something. You're gonna snatch it again, aren't you? Yep. Okay. Now that the hoodie is gone, I will.
Not.
Oh, that's what Peg wanted to do. Alright! Hoodie comes off and immediately I get nutted on. Okay. So, yeah. I'm just gonna... Jingle, jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle, jingle. I can do the Markiplier bit! I can do the Markiplier bit if no one is paying attention. I can just go jingle, jingle, jingle. Pay attention, you want them hips. Come on, pay attention. We also have the pants. And some boots. You're not getting feet content for free. You're not getting feet content for free. Nuh-uh. Not it too early! Oh my god! But footsies... No. No footsies here. Big toe? No. No feetsies. I not Oh, I did something with that, didn't I? I did something with that, didn't I? Oh no. Marty! Behave! This is Twitch. I don't want to get bad. Let me quote this. Oh no! Where the fuck are all of you coming from? What the shit? You started something. Yeah, I'm drinking so hard. I'm so sorry, Father Crowlis. Oh my... Oh gosh. Oh no. I realized I started something. I fear if I put the hoodie on again, it will just kick things off. So off it shall remain for now. But yes, this model is done by the lovely, lovely, lovely Kyoki. Asuka has the same model as well. We are model. I cannot speak. Model brothers now. Again, we have a tendency to use the same models. And that I feel the right to say, Daddy, since you can't make it Betty anymore, you can just make it worse. Huh. Well, didn't expect that reaction, to be honest. Oh my god, I have started something. Kajan.crowlis, you can put me in a hot tub, put it on fire. Now why would I do that? Why would I do that to one of my favorite artists? You should have expected it, I should have. I should have expected. Oh, and the hoodie is back. Not safe. Do you have a not safe for work channel? I don't know if my Discord has one. Do I? Hold on. Oh yeah, it does. Well. Oh my god, that screenshot is absolutely wow. Oh no, why do I smell something coming? I don't know. The music is so good, holy. Let's hope it doesn't get copyrighted. The playlist is literally called copyright-free music, but I got copyrighted the last time I used it. Yeah, but this is the song Let's Get Excited by Kill the Ideal. people who are new here, or like in the Discord not watching the stream, first of all, why aren't you on my stream? I kid. But they're gonna be like, what the fuck? It's just a model. What the hell is he doing? I see what you've done. Should I also show you that I have this? Hello. Just as oh, I'm torturing you, aren't I? I am so torturing you, aren't I? Oh, I'm so sorry. My glasses! Hey, I need them! I'm blind. Oh my god. Can you put the glasses on again? You mean these?
Not.
Excuse me? Right on my glasses? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Gotta in that channel. Oh my god. Oh boy. You'll be seeing the glasses soon enough anyway. That picture is low-key fire though. I can use that as a profile picture. I just might doing that. Ends up you have a good eye. Now go shower, you stinky. I'm not running away. Because I would say, before we start reading, we have 2 V-Heart episodes to react to. Because I have been gone for a while. Also, a small little thing. Next week, Wednesday, on the 2nd September, I will not stream. Yes, I will not be streaming on my birthday. I will find a date. Probably either probably the day after or something. And I will post this in the Discord as well, but I will not be streaming on my birthday because Mother Crowlis is taking me out to go climbing in a climbing park. Yay. No, I'm actually excited. I haven't done this since I was a kid and I wanted to do it again for a while. So we're going to a climbing park. What the fuck? What are you posting? Oh my god! Stream in the mountains. Well, it's more like a forest, actually. It's like, a parkour, a climbing parkour set up in trees. You can do. I still have to ask Mother Crowlis if I should bring money or if it's her treat. Stream out in the woods. You know, it is an idea, and maybe possible at some point. But I will. Which goes climbing. Yes, here we see a wild crow going climbing. Yeah. At some point, maybe I'll do off streams. Like, if I have a good enough camera, and maybe a GoPro or something. Can't be saved anymore. He does the only right thing to make it worse. Oh my god. but the VTuber goes climbing gone wrong. If it goes wrong, I'm dead. Then I'm gone. Then there's no more crow. Now let me go shower. I told you to go shower. Go! Shoo! Shoo! Wait, someone probably has 900 points left. I will make this more expensive! Go shower, Enzep! I swear, no hoodie shall be snatched while you are gone. It shall be on when you return. This is a sentence I never thought I'd say on stream, holy shit. I have a hair on my mic. Ew. Oh, you posted this on Ask Us. No. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. If he returns when the hoodie gets snatched, he needs another shower. Hey! Go shower!
Not.
Oh my god! What the hell? Oh, the next new TikTok. Oh my god. That combo is too good. That combo is too powerful. What the? What? I have points to burn. Go! Shower! And zip! Go! Go! Shoo! Or no more hoodie snatching. That's a tiny ass I can't. Go shower. Then kajan. Am I? I'm 5 centimeters from your location. Oh no. Okay. But, people, we have stuff to do. We have stuff to react to. It's V-hard time before we get nowhere. There we go. I'm moving. We need to move forward. Be silent. You will, Kajan. I have signed that contract. 9. No. No starting without me. Hello. YouTube. Hello. I want to go back. Ich bin ein bisschen groß, huh? The Martin will lurk, need to charge my phone and go on walkies. But oh boy, the thirst has been satisfied. Alright, enjoy your walkies, Marty. Hallo YouTube und willkommen zu einer neuen Folge Wie Hard. Wir sind bei Episode 31 und ich würde sagen, ohne viel zu schnacken, wir gehen direkt rein.
Viel Spaß wünschen beim der neuesten Wie-Hard-Folgen, die was am Freitag rausgekommen ist, die wir nachholen müssen für die Süßmäuse. Und als allererstes liken tun. Liken, abonnieren, favorisieren, betonieren. Man kennt's.
Ja, natürlich.
Alles klar. Das hat er gesagt.
Seien Sie bitte nicht sauer. Einmal bitte an mir rechts vorbei. gemütlich dahin gehen, da treffen sie eine wundervolle Person.
You piece of shit. You wanna go? I'm gonna kill you.
Ah. Das Spiel würde ich mir auch mal holen.
Ich bin ruhig!
Total.
Sie dreckiger!
He's already dead.
Lobelia hatte noch keinen.
Klimpo.
Lobelia wollte unbedingt.
Ja,
sie hat auch noch keinen. Ist doch fair.
Kartoffeln, das ist zu viel Stärke. Ihr seid alle ganz miese Lügner. Ich kann so
gar nicht
nicht
lügen. Ich will die Wahrheit sagen. Naja, detonieren ist manchmal nicht so gut.
So, ich hoffe, ich vergesse nicht zu springen. Hier, springen.
Ja.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine.
Ja,
Nun.
fühl ich.
Verdammt. Passt.
Was ist Animal? Oh.
Ist das...
Du siehst cute aus. Ich bin auch cute. Und eine Prinzessin. Hui. Ich würde mich hier jetzt komplett drehen, aber ich habe Kabel dran.
Stalker 69.
Ich werde jetzt die Pause auch genießen, um ein bisschen aufzustocken. Ich glaube, wir haben kein Brot mehr, also nicht mehr so viel. Dann stocken wir noch mal Brot auf. I wanna go. Weed.
Wieso schickst du mir einen dicken, schuppigen Schwanz? Den will keiner sehen. What the fuck?
Du kannst, wenn du willst, einfach zu einem Feuer darüber rennen. Das sind, glaube ich, auch noch Items, wenn ich mich nicht täusche. Das sind nur so Zombies. Musst du halt ein bisschen aufpassen, ne?
Alter Falter, hier an der Zombies! Eis!
Ach ja, den Drachen, den habe ich vergessen zu erwähnen.
Ich weiß ja nicht, wie das bei euch ist, aber ich habe auch immer so Wörter, die ich so ganz, ganz deutsch ausspreche. So wie Management, Language. Was gibt's da noch? Beautiful. Das ist auch so ein Wort. Ich versuche das immer zu verdeutschen, da kann ich es auch schreiben.
Ja.
Junge, Englisch ist manchmal nicht meine Welt.
Da will ich so gehen und sie sagt einfach ohne Kontext: Wissen Sie, der Kreisel, der hat so eine kleine Bleistiftmine. Ich drehe mich also um und sie zeigt mir den Kreisel nochmal. Wenn man den auf ein Blatt Papier packt und dreht, dann hinterlässt der so Bleistiftkreise. Und ich so, wow, cool. Also ich habe das ernst gemeint. Ich war so, wow, cool. Wenn jemand voll begeistert ist, bin ich das auch. Und sie so, ja, willst du es ausprobieren? Und ich war so, nein, ich will pinkeln gehen.
Oh Gott.
So, Bäume bonken, let's go.
Das Spiel...
Remember, there may be some momentary discomfort. Das nenne ich aber kein momentary discomfort. Ich bin fucking gestorben.
Oh.
Momentary discomfort. Fucking dies of cringe.
Wie hart bist du? Die Tiere ist das Nonplusultra.
Hi, bitte entschuldigt die kurze Unterbrechung. Ich möchte euch auf unsere Spendenaktion für den Erlebnishof Kerzbrunn aufmerksam machen. Dort helfen sie unterschiedlichen Süßmäusen in Not und geben ihnen ein neues Zuhause. Wenn ihr den Süßmäusen helfen wollt, dann checkt doch den ersten Link in der Videobeschreibung oder den hier oben rechts eingeblendeten QR-Code aus. Ja. Vielen Dank für eure Aufmerksamkeit und noch viel Spaß beim restlichen Video. Tschüss.
Platscher.
Platscher.
Nein, komm da jetzt,
oh Gott, ich hab das Level gehasst.
Nee.
Oh, ich dachte schon.
Ja, genau deswegen habe ich das Level gehasst.
Es ist deine Frau. Es ist meine Frau, stimmt. Oh mein fucking Gott, Jesus, ich hab gerade damit absolut nicht gerechnet.
Tja, ich würde gern auch mein Haus weiterbauen, aber ich brauche ständig Medikamente. Medikamente, was? Nein, Holz! Oh Gott!
Nee. Holz ist eine gute Medizin.
Das ist wieder so typisch ich. Ich würde gerne mein Haus weiterbauen, aber ich brauche Medikamente.
Wir entscheiden uns für die Liebe. Nicht fürs Geld. Oh, nein, warte mal! Ich habe die Liebe platt gemacht. Okay, wir haben uns doch fürs Geld entschieden. Ich habe die Liebe platt gemacht.
Ich hatte noch Schmerzmittel. Für Pinky. Hier, Schmerzmittel.
Scherzmittel?
Nee, ich glaube, das sind Explodiermittel. Heiliger Pimper.
Achso, ist Pinky wieder tot? Oh, was macht ihr wieder? Alleine, wenn man einmal euch alleine lässt, wisst ihr?
Warum ist Ich bin voll befugt, hier zu sein. Slide to the left. Cha, cha. Slide to the right. Cha, cha. Criss-cross. Cha, cha. Criss-cross. Cha, cha.
Dämmung würde ich sagen.
Du meinst, niemand kann uns hier drinnen hören?
Käme auf einen Versuch an.
Ist da drin halt mal Ruhe.
Jiggeln?
Oh, das Timing. What the fuck?
Die jiggeln? Guck mal.
Ja.
Die jiggeln einfach.
Warum hatten euch dann Jiggle Physics?
Ich kann gemolken werden. Die ist rein.
Halt mal Ruhe. Halt mal Ruhe. That's a statement.
Jiggeln? Die jiggeln? Guck mal. Die jiggeln einfach. Ich kann gemolken werden. Die ist reif.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Hab ich was? Oh. Hi, guck mal, ich bin so ein kleiner Floh. Oh mein Gott, hi. Guck mal, ich bin jetzt auf dem Bett. Hi. Hi, guck mal, ich komm hier. Hui, hui, guck mal, ich bin jetzt hier oben. Ich bin an Morbis Zelt. Hallo. Morbel, it's time to wake up. Wakey, wakey, it's time for water.
Warum hatte der Hai ein Blasloch? Das war doch ein Hai, oder? Das war doch ein Blahai. Warum hat ein Hai ein Blasloch? Nom 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 nom. Good old trinken. Hoi, immer schön hydriert bleiben, natürlich.
2 seconds later.
Hier habt ihr Schuhe.
Wow. Mein blauer Hai.
Let's settle this. Hey, if it works, it works.
Dann zurück in den Learnpool. Genieß den Learnpool. Danke fürs Vorbeischauen.
You're doing great.
Left through. My choice exactly.
Läuft alles. Läuft alles wie geschmiert.
Läuft super.
Also vielen Dank für den ganzen Support, Leute. Den werde ich auch heute brauchen.
Oh nein. Ich rieche einen Jumpscare.
Also ich bin zwar kein Architekt, aber... Also das ist nicht richtig. Hä? Okay.
Wie bei mir in der Stadt die Treppe, die ins Nichts führt.
Hä?
Fluchtpunktperspektive. Ja, es ist halt generell eine normale Regelung, ne? Sobald etwas, also zum Beispiel bei den Fingern, wenn du so hast, dann ist alles andere klein. So. Du bist dran. Sieht jetzt irgendwie fett aus wie ein Schwanz. Das sollte eigentlich eine Hand sein, ein Zeigefinger, aber passt schon.
Stopp.
Perspektive. Es ist halt
Können wir darüber reden, wie geil das ist? I need this. I need this. I need this. I need this. On my desk.
Not.
Ja. Ich brauche VTuber als Tarotkarten. I need VTubers as tarot cards. I need that. That is such a genius idea. That is so big brain.
generell eine normale Regelung, ne? Sobald etwas, also zum Beispiel bei den Fingern, wenn du so hast, dann ist alles andere klein. So. Du bist dran. Sieht jetzt irgendwie fett aus wie ein Schwanz. Das sollte eigentlich eine Hand sein, ein Zeigefinger, aber passt schon.
Be gone, fuck!
so. Oh Gott.
Nein! Nein!
Oh, wie gemein.
Nein!
Ja, nee, wie gemein.
Nein!
Oh, Pain. Pain, oh Gott. Ja. Kajan, wenn es heute so weitergeht, verlasse ich alle meine... Ja, dann mach mal Pause zwischendurch. Trink mal was. Dann füllt sich das auch wieder auf. Okay. Das war Episode 31 von Wie Hart. Wieder mal ein Fest. Für die, die jetzt hier im Stream sind, wir machen direkt mit der nächsten Folge weiter. Für die, die auf YouTube schauen, wir sehen uns in der nächsten Folge. Bye, bye. So, wir gehen direkt auf die nächste Folge. Ich habe das Autoplay ausgedrückt.
Kann man auch wenig sagen.
Nein! Scheiße, ich habe doch Pause gedrückt. Mann! Okay, jetzt wo das Video vorbei ist, kann ich ja sagen, dein Mic ist, glaube ich, etwas leise. Ah. Okay. Okay. Ja. Das kriegen wir alles noch gefixt hier. So. Und wir gehen in das nächste Video rein mit Hallo YouTube in der hoffentlich ist die Audio jetzt gefixt. Wir sind bei Wie Hart Episode 32 und ohne viel zu schnacken gehen wir direkt rein.
Kann man auch wenig sagen. Ach komm, du kannst in 30 Sekunden nicht so viel sagen. Du kannst keine Botschaft rüberbringen und vielleicht schnell reden und hat dir jemand eine Stoppuhr gestellt oder so etwas, um jetzt mal hier zu timen, dass ich auch wirklich nur 30 Sekunden brauche, um eine Botschaft rauszubringen, nämlich, dass ihr alle super toll seid, dass ihr euch zeigen sollt und dass ihr stolz darauf seid, was ihr erreicht habt und so und dass die Welt einfach viel bunter sein sollte. Hat jetzt jemand eine Stoppuhr genommen?
Wow. Wow. Das macht Bumm.
Mein Essen.
Oh.
Okay, ich lebe.
Guck mal, das Ding ist halt, ich lese das englische Wort, ich weiß, was es ist, aber ich kann es gerade einfach nicht übersetzen. Ich bin einfach so Blockade, so Victims. Ich weiß, was Victims ist, aber ich kann es gerade nicht auf Deutsch übersetzen. Was zur Hölle ist ein Victim, Alter?
Opfer?
Nein,
richtig. Es ist nun mal die Opfer.
Bro. Opfer. Ja, das Opfer bin ich!
Oh Gott, Nebulos.
So.
Oh no.
Wir machen jetzt für... Warte mal. Ist mein... Oh mein Gott. Ich hab den nicht angemacht.
Backofen nicht an?
Der Reiskocher war nicht an.
Oh. Machst du mal bitte deine Mikrowelle übrigens zu.
Dann müssen wir halt nachher mit warmem Reis arbeiten und nicht mit kaltem. Och Mann, der wäre jetzt legit schon fertig. Ist das scheiße.
Also... Well. Okay, vielleicht
so geht's
müssen wir
auch.
das ein bisschen
So, das dürfte eigentlich gar nicht so schwer sein. Nope.
Oh nein, ein rotierender Kajan. Vergiss das, ich sprich.
Horizontal, what even do, Kajan? Ja.
Oh. TTS. Hallöchen, Popöchen. Hallöchen, Kasuma. Hallo. Hallöchen. Wie geht's, wie steht's? Übrigens, wie spricht denn bitte dieses TTS das aus? Ah, ich liebe dein neues Model. Dankeschön, danke. Ich sollte mal den Hoodie auch wieder anziehen. So. Arbeitszeitbetrug geht.
Der wäre jetzt legit schon fertig. Ist das scheiße.
Also...
Ah je. Ah ja, da waren wir ja schon.
Well. Okay, vielleicht müssen wir das ein bisschen schlau.
So.
So, das dürfte eigentlich gar nicht so schwer sein. Nope.
Fuck. Man kann's lösen. Ja. Ich bräuchte das Ding nur vor mir.
Oh Gott.
Das wird nix.
I'm in danger.
Oh nein.
Nee.
Ja.
Good job.
Oh nein.
Oder ist jetzt doch jemand drin?
Nein. Oh doch.
Was?
Oh, wie fies. What the fuck is that? Ist das ein Vanille-Schokokuchen?
Einfach Kuchen rösten.
Ach, Kuchen. Okay.
What the fuck?
Oh, ja, Flughaie. Wer kennt's nicht? Habe ich auch also, Flughaie, die sind ja ein ganz, ganz großes Problem. Ne? Muss man ja richtig aufpassen, dass die einen nicht wegsnacken, während die vorbeifliegen mit ihren, ja, Sharknado. Blatt von Sharknado, zusammengefasst in 5 Sekunden.
Ja, du musst auf dieser Insel vor den fliegenden Haien aufpassen, das ist...
Ich glaube, das wird nichts.
Um nicht zu sagen, sich in eine gewisse Richtung drehender Arbeitszeitbetrug. Vergiss es! Nein! Mach es einfach in simpel. Kajan sagt Sharknado. Es ist Sharknado.
Fang ich noch? Oh mein Gott, ich hab's noch gefangen!
Yippie!
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Party auf der Farm oder wie? Alter, die gehen aber steil, die Tiere. Was schauen die Schweine eigentlich nur so zu?
Party ausgebrochen.
Hey. Was soll das? Der Stream hat doch gerade erst angefangen. Es ist nichts passiert. Ich hoffe es. Es ist nichts passiert.
Erste Pizza? Wie
also
geil!
Ich will ja nicht kleinscheißerig sein, aber das Plastik von dem Burn ist immer noch am Plackern. Ich glaube jetzt nicht mehr.
Boah, Junge, wie komme ich denn jetzt hier hoch? Ich hasse das, so in den Canyon hier rumzuklettern. Alter,
Es ist eine Pizza-Kuh.
Holy shit.
Aber die Ananas, darüber kann man streiten.
Ich unterbreche deinen Spaß für eine Einmeldung. Wir von Wirt unterstützen den Erlebnishof Gerhardsbrunn und du kannst es auch. Einfach den QR-Code scannen oder unten in der Beschreibung auf den Link klicken. Und nebenbei, ihr Cam-Streamer, macht mal mit. Momentan sind unsere Folgen eher so.
Ja.
Damit sich das ändert, brauchen wir euch.
Übrigens, den da kenne ich. Stopp. Den da unten, den kenne ich. Hallo Natsu. Den kennen wir doch. Hallo Natsu. Da ist hier Daiko, Iriawald. Okay, Jura. Ja, da kennt man so einige von. Aber hallo Natsu.
Damit sich das ändert, brauchen wir euch. Denn
also bei Wirt kann ja wirklich gefühlt jeder Streamer mitmachen im deutschen Bereich. Solange man kein Bigot ist. Also Leute, wenn ihr Streamer seid und was Gutes tun wollt für die Tiere, macht bei Wirt mit. So einfach ist das.
In dem VTuber und Cam-Streamer Händchen halten und dabei gemeinsam ein Projekt unterstützen.
Ja. Und wenn du Bock hast, im Team mitzuwirken, dann werde doch Cutter oder Mod. Weil wir beurteilen keine Weichigkeit. Danke für deine Aufmerksamkeit. Jetzt geht's weiter mit dem Video.
Gar kein Problem. Ich nutze die alle. Ich habe eins auch hier, schwarz. Drink soft, get hard, go hard. Sorry. Maxi, du hast das nicht gehört. Maxi, du hast das nicht gesehen. Maxi!
Wir haben nichts gehört. Oh Gott.
Kannst mir nicht sagen, dass es keine Minen sind. Come on.
Ja. Nee, waren Minen.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Nein.
Und dann wieder. Und dann wieder.
Ich kriege Pico Park Flashbacks.
Interessant, dass Jenja sich als Saugroboter identifizierst. Was viel wichtiger zum Einsaugen ist, sind Subs. Also Leute, support your local god.
Das war ein Angriffshixer. Legt euch nicht mit mir an. Legt euch nicht mit mir an.
Okay. Okay, Ginger. Okay.
Hallo?
Tu ich nicht. Ha.
Was war der Dämon eben? Wenn ich die Schnittmaske entferne, dann haben wir diesen Dämon.
Ach du Scheiße.
Oh, Blieb-Paralysis-Dämon. Ja.
Art. Trust the process.
Ei.
Ei.
Ouviste falar do que aconteceu àqueles piratas britânicos em Nassau? Dom Jorge enviou dos seus homens para os tirar de lá. E parece que ele fez bom trabalho.
Ja, das ist Assassin's Creed. Es ist genauso wie der erste Teil auf der Xbox. Ja, es ist immer noch Assassin's Creed. Super. Wir können einpacken. Wir können einpacken. Die Bugs sind geblieben. Ist ja wie Mecha Chameleon. Ich habe das Spiel jetzt übrigens mir auch gekauft.
Giftgas, wo ich sterbe. Instant, weil jetzt halt wissen müssen.
Aha.
Oder dahinter ist ein Boss. Ich weiß nicht, ich probiere mal ganz dicht ranzukommen.
Sei bloß vorsichtig.
Es ist einfach nur Nebel. Okay, das ist cool.
Are you sure about that?
Das ist nicht cool. Das ist nicht cool. Oh mein Gott.
Damit kann ich zum Beispiel was zeigen. Hier ist er.
Kajan geht mit den Trends. Ich dachte, du bist authentisch. Ich wurde von Freunden gefragt. Nicht alles muss on-stream gespielt werden. Ich kann es auch einfach nur privat spielen. Du meinst typisch Buggysoft? Ja, typisch Buggysoft.
Dann lass uns sterben mit Würde.
Dankeschön für den 7
okay.
Streak.
Das ist jetzt
den 7er Streak.
ohne
So.
Würde, aber ist okay.
Ja, ich muss jetzt hier rechts abbiegen. Hier liegt Müll auf der Straße. Tali, bist du's? Ach nee, du bist da vorne. Ist das frech?
Nein, ich meine nicht den Müll, ich meinte die LKWs vor mir.
Ja, hätte ich jetzt auch gesagt.
Ich weiß nicht, ob
Das
ich
Spiel
Darf ich
würde bei mir ganz, ganz mies funktionieren. Nicht, weil mein PC es nicht schafft. Nein, ich kann einfach kein Auto fahren. Und ich weiß nicht, wie gut man das ohne das Lenkrad und so spielen kann, aber ich kann kein Auto fahren. Da wär's dann, do a barrel roll. Basically. Ich habe schon wieder ein Haarmikro. Mann!
Den Schlüssel bitte nehmen?
Ich habe keine Katzen. Wo kommen
sogar
die Haare
romantische
her?
Musik angemacht.
Meister, warum heißen Deutschländer eigentlich Deutschländer?
Na, weil da von den beliebtesten Würstchen Deutschlands das Beste zusammenkommt.
Ein LKW ist ja kein Auto, glücklich, aber dann.
Es ist nicht passiert.
Und
Erstmal von einem Zombie aufgerisst, alles klar.
Ich hab voll vergessen, wie man streamt. Ich guck mein Stream Deck an und es liest sich wie keine Ahnung, wie Chinesisch. Und ich kann kein Chinesisch.
Ja. Yeah.
Wo muss ich lang? Ah, hier lang. Wuhui. Nein!
Ja, fühle ich. Genauso sieht's bei mir aus. Als ich's mal versucht habe auf der Switch.
Ich bin einfach in den Tod gesprungen.
Genau so sah es bei mir aus auf der Switch.
Maximal kacke in diesem Spiel. Ist das peinlich?
Und ja, ich habe Tatsache Overwatch für die Switch.
Oh nein.
Oh mein Gott, was klappt?
Oh, ist das süß.
Oh, auf Zeit.
Kajan spielt Overwatch nicht mehr. Nee. Oh, ist das ein süßes Spiel.
Ich bin Cheater. Ich bin ein Cheater.
Das sieht irgendwie aus wie Paper Mario.
Okay, tschüss. Warte.
Ist das cute.
Okay, tschüss. Dein Chubby fährt langsam aus dem Bild.
Mhm. Ui, that's a big fella. Das ist ein Big Boy.
Einfach, what the fuck? Ich war einfach im Boden. Ich war einfach unter der Brücke.
Das hier an der Brücke liegt ein Item. Das kann man oder du fällst runter und ich springe hinterher, damit ich an dir dranbleibe. Hallo Stormy! Hallo! Hallo! Bist du tot? Du bist genauso tot wie ich!
Hä? Nee, falsches. Ich hab das Buffering hier nicht eingefügt, aber hä?
Damit ich aus dem Call rauskomme.
Oh,
Oder tu so, als müsste ich irgendwas anderes Wichtiges machen.
Ist Jura?
Weißt du was? Der ist gerade raus.
Folgen Sie uns zu einem Stützpunkt des Militärs, wo Sie zum einen die Nacht heute sicher wären und zum anderen, wo ich genau erklären kann, dass Magie nicht böse ist. Muss das jetzt ein Blitz?
Vielleicht ist es doch böse.
Alter, was ein Timing. Magie nicht böse. Bumm. Okay, das war wundervoll. Das war wieder eine sehr schöne Folge, hat sehr viel Spaß gemacht. Und damit verabschiede ich mich von YouTube. Bis zur nächsten Folge von Wie Hart. Ciao. So. Aber ihr bleibt noch da, Chat. Denn ich habe Tatsache noch eine Sache, die ich letztens auf TikTok gesehen habe. Und ich will euch da was zeigen und ich will eure Meinung dazu hören. Ja, super. YouTube weiß schon direkt, was ich eingeben will. Oh Gott. Okay. Also, ich weiß ja nicht, ob ihr auf TikTok mal unterwegs gewesen seid. Oder ob ihr, oh Gott, es gibt den vollen Film auf YouTube. Oh nein. Naja, ob ihr auf YouTube, auf TikTok mal unterwegs wart oder auf Netflix. Es gibt da einen neuen Film, der es geschafft hat, dass sich jegliche Fandoms, die verfeindet waren, dass die ihre Waffen niedergelegt haben und sich zusammengeschlossen haben, um auf diesen Film zu haten. Und wir werden uns jetzt mal den Trailer angucken, weil ich glaube, den ganzen Film, den würden wir uns nicht, das würden wir nicht schaffen. Ich will mir einfach nur das kurz angucken.
Kiki, I didn't exactly have girls knocking down my door before you did. You are my everything.
You're dumped.
Fuck.
Okay, what the fuck?
Space princess would be more fun.
Where am I?
We're the straight, white malians.
Okay, immediately, what the fuck? Nein. Nein, haben die nicht jetzt, oder? No. Die haben die jetzt nicht. Hat das Ding Subtitles? Ich brauche.
Where am I?
We're the straight, white malians.
Nein. Nein. No. No, I'm in pain. Now I'm in pain. Was? Straight white malians. What? Who thought this was a good idea? Who sat at the script and was like, yes, that's a good idea? No.
Oh, come on!
Kill the lesbian!
Sarah, you gotta help me. Kiki! I can't just abandon her. I've gotta save Kiki. An intergalactic space quest to save your ex? Oh, wow.
Oh, God, this is pathetic.
If she loves you so much, what is taking her so long?
I have a huge crush on you.
Get up, you little sweaty bitch.
Oh my god. Oh.
We gotta be confident. We gotta be but not too confident. We gotta be beautiful.
Oh, not too beautiful.
But not too beautiful.
Not too beautiful.
You gotta have nice shoes. You gotta everything you do. I gotta do backwards in flat shoes.
Das kommt in Kinos. Nein. Ich habe jetzt nichts gesagt, weil ich keine Worte hatte. Ach du. Dieses Dislike-Ratio. Kommentare sind deaktiviert. Natürlich sind die deaktiviert. Holy shit. Ich habe nur gesehen, dass sich die Fandoms zusammengeschlossen haben. Mir war nicht bewusst, was für ein Müll das eigentlich wirklich ist. Ich war noch nie so froh, dass unser Kino aus der Stadt geflohen ist. Spätestens bei dem Film. Straight white Malians. Straight white was haben meine Augen da geblickt? Was habe ich da... Warum schreibe ich das alles in Caps? Vielleicht ist dir genauso zum Schreien zumute wie mir. Was habe ich da geblickt? Alter. Vor allem das ist ja noch nicht mal der Clip, den ich gesehen habe. Ich hatte nur eine Szene, wo die Leute auch gesagt haben, ey, wir müssen uns bei die Haspin Hotel Hater haben gesagt so, ey, wir müssen uns bei Haspin Hotel entschuldigen dafür, wegen dem Clip, wegen dem Song. Bitte sag mir. Oh nein. Warte, muss ich jetzt ernsthaft. Ist das der?
Recently, indie animation fans.
Nein. Wo ist dieser fucking Song? Alter Vater. Ist das? Okay. Ich zeige euch jetzt das, was ich die ganze Zeit auf TikTok gesehen habe. Wo die Leute gesagt haben, wir müssen uns bei wir müssen uns bei Haspin Hotel entschuldigen.
I have a huge crush on you. Wait, did I say that out loud?
Yes.
It's just...
Oh, no, don't you.
Oh, Syra, I've got a crush on you. Oh, Syra, I've got a crush, it's true.
Okay, unpopular opinion. Aber die Singstimme ist nicht mal scheiße. Die Singstimme ist nicht mal scheiße. Die Voice Actress, the Voice Actor, the Voice Actress, the Voice Person, die kann singen. Aber lyrisch ist das ein Haufen gequirlte Scheiße mit Vanillesoße.
And it's on you. My crush is on you. Specifically you, Syra. That song was about you. I got that.
Die Singstimme ist nicht mal schlecht. Aber dieser Text. No! At this point, I'm not even judging Italian brain rot anymore. Because someone had to think of that. Oh my god. Not condoning, obviously, the fact that most of that shit as slop is AI, but... Was ist das? Was ist das? Ey, das endet wie der Super Mario-Film aus den 90ern, ich sag's euch. Dass jeder sagt, ich bereue es, bei diesem Film mitgemacht zu haben. Und bevor mir, if anyone is like, you're just homophobic. I'm trans. I'm pan. I am part of the LGBT. And I fight this a piece of shit. I am part of the LGBT. And I say this movie fucking sucks from what I have seen. Heilige Scheiße, was versuchen die da? Nee, Alter. Bisher aus der ganzen Szene war der Computer das beste Charakter mit dem Oh no, 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 no. Der Super Mario-Film aus den 90ern war ein Meisterwerk, wenn man es damit vergleicht. Honestly, though, valid. Die Story mag vielleicht nicht gut gewesen sein, aber das CGI alleine für damals und der Fakt, dass die Yoshi gemacht haben, später von Jurassic Park angeheuert wurden oder angeheuert werden wollten, ist schon ordentlich. But lesbian space princess. Who the fuck thought this was a good idea? Kaufen oder leihen? This shit is $4,99. 11 Euro für HD. 12 Euro für HD. Standardqualität ist 7 Euro. Ist 8 Euro. Leihen ist 5 oder 4 Euro. Alter. Und ich dachte, ey, wenn sich alle Fandoms zusammenschließen, und ihr müsst verstehen, da haben sich Fandoms gehasst. Da haben sich Fandoms gehasst. Und die haben gesagt, just this once. And at this point, I agree, just this once. I agree with everyone. This movie is shit. From just the trailer. Kann ich mir deine Brille kurz leihen? Ich brauche die Brille, die ich enttäuscht und kopfschüttelnd abnehmen kann. I literally did that. Und die Singstimme von diesem Ding, von diesem Alien-Mädchen, whatever. Die Singstimme ist nicht mal scheiße. Aber dieser Text, was singt die jetzt 4, 5 Mal so? Ey, ich hab einen Crush auf dich. Ende. No, I can't. I cannot. No. I cannot. This cannot be serious. Ich glaube, danach brauche ich wieder Epic. At this point, I need Epic the Musical and fucking, I don't know, Sweeney Todd the Musical to cleanse my ears of this shit. Ich gehe runter auf 2,50 € um die Bleichen von Gehirn und von Augen. Give me 2 doses. Honestly, gib mir 2 Dosen. Gib mir 2. Ich dachte echt, die Leute übertreiben. Dass das nicht so schlimm sein kann. But no, it's actually this bad. Der Film ist auf YouTube für die Leute, die kein Netflix haben. Aber dann wird der Stream safe runtergenommen und ich will jetzt nicht diese 1,5 Stunden meiner und eurer Lebenszeit verschwenden. Sonst hätte ich gesagt, ey, Bock, den Stream, on Stream zu schauen. Aber dann wird der A wahrscheinlich gecopyright-claimed. Und B, ich will mir diese Zeit nicht verschwenden. Da will ich lieber gute Sachen mit euch gucken. Wie Epic the Musical zum 9. Mal. Oder keine Ahnung, wir schauen Malevolent. Animatics. Malevolent is a podcast I have been obsessed with at this point. And, oh, fuck. I'm in physical pain after this. Holy shit. It's even worse. Yes. Wie lange ist dieser Film? Lesbian Space Princess. Yeah, totally not. The totally not movie. How long is this shit? Lass einfach Epic gucken. Wir brauchen was Gutes zum Heilen. Werde ich dafür gecopyright claimed? Nee. Nee, werde ich nicht. Der hat ja die Copyrights ausgemacht. Meine ich dafür. Also der Film geht, ja, 1,5 Stunden. 1 Stunde 27 Minuten. Epic the Musical, all songs. Epic the Musical Movie. Yes. Epic the Musical Movie geht 2 Stunden 23. Okay. Na gut, aber wir wollten ja auch heute noch was lesen und, jetzt bin ich broke. Wir wollten ja auch noch was lesen und wir wollten auch noch was spielen. But epic. Maybe I'll do this another stream. Maybe I can do that like reacting to different musicals. Maybe I can do that reacting to different musicals. Kann dann halt nur sein, dass die VODs halt nicht oben bleiben können wegen Copyright. Lesen können wir später noch. Ich mache jetzt einen Poll, ob ihr... wollt ihr Epic, ja oder nein? Ich mache jetzt einen Poll. Dann mache ich eine kurze Pinkelpause. Gut, ich gebe euch 10 Minuten. So, bitteschön. Und Epic ist sogar gut im Gegensatz zum Nolan-Film. Natürlich ist Epic gut. So, ihr macht den Vote. Ich gehe kurz auf Toilette. Bis gleich. Okay, diese Poll-Antwort kann wohl eindeutiger nicht sein, dass ihr Bock habt auf Epic. Oh boy. Lass mich nur gerade den Streamtitel anpassen. So. Guess who's back? Hello, Enzep. Hello, welcome back. Epic ist sogar gut im Gegensatz zu den Lone-Filmen. Ja, and my hoodie's gone. Okay. So, Epic, Enzep, what have you missed? We have watched a atrocity, just a trailer and a song from a movie called Lesbian Space Princess. And it hurt so much we now decided to watch Epic the Musical. So we will be doing that because we need to cleanse our ears. So we will be reacting to Epic the Musical, begging to the YouTube gods that this and the Twitch gods that this will not be striked. Okay. Let me go over here and shut this off and go there. And no, this is not my first time watching Epic. I'm a Winion, a proud Winion through and through. I have bought The Odyssey. I have the book, The Odyssey, right behind me on the table. I am starting to read it. I have been a fan since Percy Jackson of Greek mythology, so... Oh boy. Oh no. Right. I would say, without further ado, let's cleanse our ears with Epic the Musical.
Alright, my brothers, listen closely. Tonight we make the Trojans pay. 10 years of war, they killed us slowly.
I love the art by Gigi. Gigi is one of the best Epic artists. One of the best.
Your families wonder where you've been. They're growing old and yet you're still here.
Percy Jackson.
Do what I say and you'll see them again.
Yes, sir.
Diomedes will lead the charge. Agamemnon will flank the guards. Menelaus will let our mates through the gates and take the whole city at large. Teucer will shoot any ambush attacking. Little Ajax will stay back. Nestor, secure Helen and protect her. Neo, avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector.
Yes, sir.
Find that inner strength now. Use that well of pride. Fight through every pain now. Ask yourself inside. What do you live for? What do you try for? What do you wish for? What do you fight for?
What do you live for? What do you try for? What do you wish for? What do you fight for?
Penelope, Penelope, and Telemachus. I fight for ours. I fight for ours.
What do you live for?
Penelope.
What do you try for?
Telemachus.
Also, realistically, just imagine you're in Troy right now. Imagine you're in Troy and you just have brought inside this giant wooden horse and suddenly you just hear, what do you fight for? What do you wish for? What do you fight for? What do you wish for? Penelope! Coming from the inside.
What do you fight for?
Troys are just deaf. They're all just deaf. Yes! Yes! Oh, so good. So good. Dann hoffe ich, dass er Fetche kommt.
A vision of what is to come cannot be outrun, can only be dealt with right here and now.
Tell me how.
I don't think you're ready. A mission to kill someone's son. A foe won't run, unlike anyone you have faced before.
Say no more. I know that I'm ready.
I don't think you're ready.
Go home, even after all the years away from what I've known. I'm just a man who's fighting for his life. Deep down I would trade the world to see my son and wife. I'm just a man. But when does a comet become a meteor? When does a candle become a blaze? When does a man become a monster? When does a ripple become a tidal wave? When does the reason become the blame? When does a man become a monster?
When does a comet become a meteor? When does a candle become a blaze? When does a man become a monster? When does a man become a monster?
I'm just a...
No!
But the problem's
Fuck!
world to see my son and wife.
So, das die Keybinds. Oh, fuck. I hate the Keybinds.
But when does a comet...
Man! Okay, no emotions for this model.
When does a candle become a blaze? When does a man become a monster? When
There once was a man, cunning mind running through the sky and the sand, in the land of gods and monsters, sought to see his family prosper at any and all cost, and through the process he remained dauntless. Now he's remembered forever for his endeavors, and all he ever lived was the life of a legend. A life that was epic.
Okay, I didn't know that intro. Huh.
Men, 600 men under my command, with only one goal in mind.
Make it back alive to our homeland.
Yeah, 600 men.
600 men, 600 miles of open sea. But the problem's not the distance,
it's what lies in between.
And did the cars waiting? My kingdom is waiting. So full speed ahead, full speed ahead. Captain,
You really bust
600 men,
600 men.
600 men with big mouths to feed. And we've run out of supplies to eat.
Curse the war, our food stores depleted.
600 men,
600 men.
600 reasons to take what we can.
Hello, Sharky. 600 seamen. Well, technically they are. Hello, Sharky.
So Captain, what's the plan?
Captain, what's the plan?
Watch where the birds fly.
Watch where the birds
They
fly.
will lead us to land. There will hunt for food, my second in command. Now full speed ahead.
We're off and away we go. We're off and away we go.
Captain,
Polities!
Look! There in the distance, I see an island. I see a
I saw Spoot's reaction the other day. I cannot get the image out of my head of Polities looking like a certain Minecraft YouTuber. I cannot get the picture out of my head. What the fuck? Why is this a girl version? I cannot get the picture out of my head that Polities is looking like. All because Spoot said something. The resemblance. Hmm. 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 Yeah, I see it.
There in the distance, I see an island. I see a light that faintly glows. Maybe there are people lighting a fire. Maybe they'll share some food, who knows? Something feels off here. I see fire, but there's no smoke. I say entire fleet. It's almost too perfect, too good to be true. Why would the Lotus Eaters pass up on all this food?
Yep. Hi, big boy.
Hey there. We're just travelers. We come in peace.
You killed my sheep.
The background.
My favorite sheep.
Oh, dude, we're cooked. Oh, no, we're cooked. Oh, we're so cooked.
What gives you the right to deal a pain so deep? Don't you know that pain you sow is pain you reap? Time to drink your blood over where you stand. Your life now is in my hand. Before I'm done, you will learn that it's not so fun to take. You came to my home to steal, but now you'll become my meal. A train you see, take from you like you took from me.
There's been a misunderstanding.
Faye! Thank you so much. Faye, Dankeschön fürs Resubscriben für 9 Monate. So red? Yeah, this is very much red. Dankeschön, Faye, fürs Subscriben und viel Spaß bei Starlight Express. Have fun at Starlight Express.
Never came here to steal.
9 months, yeah.
We've done some damage.
Time to get burned. No! No, no burn.
Here to steal. Now that I see we've done some damage, maybe you and I can make a deal. I'll give you our finest treasure. So long as we leave alive, you can keep the world. I can make a deal. I'll
Dude, give me something. Give me something.
treasure. So long as we leave alive, you can keep the world's best tasting wine.
Wine.
Have a drink, one sip and you'll understand the power that's in your hands. A wine so fresh, you'd never want to eat human flesh again. That we shall be on our way, no bloodshed in here today.
I want him at Dokomi. I would cosplay Hermes just for that. I love his YouTube videos. Yes! Also, how much I had to hold back with lock runs out to not sit here and do the fucking Macarena.
When you take her on a love, wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be turned. Wouldn't you like to have some other magic? Wouldn't you like the outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her.
The funny thing is though, right? Right, in the original Legends, yeah, it's kind of shit that he's helping Odysseus because Hermes is Circe's ex. I did not know that Hermes and Circe's were exes. Like, I'm talking about the actual deities, not the voice actors. I don't know about the voice actors, but the god Hermes had been in love with Circe, but then broke up with her.
You must consume and digest it, then
Or something like that.
of your creation. All you need
Toxic egg sometimes. Yeah, so here, take this flower to beat my ex-girlfriend who turned your men into pigs. Great. You do that, darling. I can't. Not without the darling. Hermes would. Hermes would.
And I call this route Holy Moly. Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be hurt. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be hurt. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. Hermes, thank you. Don't thank me, friend. You very well may die. Good luck.
Oh my god. Darling, please take that flower and kill my ex that I broke up with. Exactly. Hermes also cannot take a fucking thank you.
Thank you. Don't thank me, friend. You very well may die. Good luck.
That laugh. I love the laugh. I love it so much. You very well may. What? Yeah. Oh, hello. Damn.
Lady of the palace, sorry that I asked this, but I hope that I've been misinformed. I sent out some scouts to take a look around through here, and they wound up at your doors. Through the years we seldom get a warm welcome, so I must ask just to be sure. Did you do something to them?
Who, me? All I did was reveal their true form.
You turned them into pigs.
I don't know who you are nor why you're here, but let me make this one thing clear. I've got people to protect, nymphs I can't neglect, so I'm not taking chances, dear. If you make one wrong move, then you're done for. Anything I don't approve, then you're done for. I could put a spell on you and you're done for. Boy, you better run or soon you will be done for.
I don't mean to tip your scale, but you will fail at placing any spells on me. I just ate a flower, one that claims your power, so you better cower now and flee.
You must be a liar, mortals can't acquire money without dire consequence.
Then I must be a god like you, cause I got this root from the ground with my bare hands.
Hermes gave it to you, didn't he?
Okay, fine, yes. Well, regardless.
Gave it to you, didn't
you? Cause I got this root from the ground with my bare hands.
Hermes gave it to you, didn't he?
Okay, fine, yes. Well, regardless.
You get it from my ex, didn't you?
You and I are now evenly matched. Our fates are intertwined, they're attached.
How she instantly knew. Yeah.
Friends I can't neglect. So now there is no turning back. You've made your one wrong move.
It's so ironic to me he summons a Cyclops. It's so ironic he summons a Cyclops.
You've lost.
My nymphs are like my daughters, I protect them at all costs. The last time we let strangers live, we faced a heavy loss. You've given me no reason to bestow you with my trust. But
Oh, maybe. That's a good point. That's the only monster he can imagine. Oh no.
I'm not sure I follow.
Oh no.
There are other ways of persuasion. There are other modes of control.
Every D&D party where the bot is like, let me handle this.
There are other ways of persuasion. There are other modes of control. There are other means of deceit. There are other roads to the soul. There are other actions of passion. You have so much left to learn. Want to save your men from the fire. Show me that you're willing to burn.
Who's to say with all mistakes I've made
Don't be
that they will be the last mistakes I ever made?
Don't break them.
There is so much power, but there's no
Odysseus, you're married!
This is the price we pay now. There is no line, never enough. So much power, but there's no perfect peace.
I can't. Back at home, my wife awaits for me. She's my everything, my Penelope. And she's all my power, but it's been 12 long years, 12 long years since I have seen my wife.
Cersei is looking like, dude, I just met you. Why are you ranting to me about your wife? Am I a therapist? What the bot player tries to do it to the DM after failing the charisma check. If it does not work in game, try it out of game. Oh my god, yes! Oh, holy shit. Family therapist. Yes, Cersei's therapist office. I need to see that.
Is out to end my life. So I beg you, Cersei, grant us mercy and let us puppets leave.
Poseidon, eh?
I love her accent.
There might be a way to evade him. There might be a way to get home. Though this other way's very dangerous, it might be your one final hope. I know of a brilliant prophet. Problem is this prophet is dead. I can't get you home, but I'll get you to
Yeah, that is a problem.
world instead. Yes. I'll release your men and I'll get you to the underworld instead.
Wait, you're helping us?
There are many ways of persuasion. There are many modes of control.
The Prophet is so good. It reminds me of a fun fact when I scroll TikTok and someone said like, hey, so you know how the Prophet turned blind because he saw Athena naked? And the account name was the name of the Prophet, and they were like, yeah, that was pretty bad. And then an Athena profile commented, hey yo, my bad. I found that ridiculously funny.
Leads to kinder souls down the road. I remember actions of passion. I have been in love once before.
I just realized, by the way, she was serving pigs to the men. I just realized they technically did cannibalism. The high note, yes, I could not even. But technically, they all just committed cannibalism. I think I could. If you can, respect. But yeah, moving on! That was the Cersei saga. And now we go to the underworld. Which is also what I wanted, ironically, to play today.
Friends, Cersei's instructions were clear. No matter what we hear, full speed ahead until we find the prophet. My comrades, this land confuses your mind. So no matter who we find, full speed ahead until we find the prophet. Good.
Eucalyptus later be like, hey guys, that guy who freed you, let's betray him for sacrificing some of us after saving us multiple times, and I was the one who wanted to leave you all behind. Oh my god, yes! Yes! Motherfucker, so stupid! Probably got bonked on his head too hard by the Cyclops. The mom singing because she would like keep breaking down crying. This family is full. Like everyone in this family can sing, because I know for a fact that the father of the maker is also in this. W Mom for singing in that musical. Yes! She has a beautiful voice. His dad is also in that musical. I know! I think he's Hephaestus. I think he did Hephaestus.
I took too long. I'll always love you and ventured too far while you were waiting, waiting. Bye, Mom. Every time I dare to close my eyes, I no longer dream. Only nightmares of those who died. Nothing's what it seems. But in the underworld, your past is always close behind. Your past is always close behind. Down in the underworld.
Hello. Pretty boy. Also, very much underrated. This song is so underrated. I don't know why. It's so good. Every song in this is good. Just one has very questionable lyrics. We'll get to that when we get there.
I am the prophet with the answers you seek.
Yes.
Time, I've unlocked it. I see past and future running free. There is a world where I help you get
Stop nodding on the prophet.
home. But that's not a world I know. What?
What?
I see a song of past romance. I see the sacrifice of man. I see portrayals of betrayal and a brother's final stand. I see you on the brink of death. I see you try your final breath. I see a man who gets to make it home alive. But it's no longer you. This can't be. We've suffered and sailed through the toughest of hells. Now you tell us our efforts for nothing. I see your palace covered in red. Faces of men who had long believed you're dead. I see your wife with a man who is haunting, a man with a trail of bodies. Woo! I see a song of past romance. I see the sacrifice of man. I see portrayals of betrayal and a brother's final stand. I see you on the brink of death. I see you try your final breath. I see a man who gets to make it home alive. But it's no longer you.
Who has... What? Who snatched his hoodie away? The prophet! Oh, he can snatch my hoodie anytime.
How has everything been turned against us? How did suffering become so endless? How am I to reunite with my estranged? Do I need to change? I'm surrounded by the souls of those I've lost. I'm the only one whose line I haven't crossed. What if the greatest threat we'll find across the sea is me? What if I'm the monster? What if I'm in the wrong? What if I'm the problem that's been hiding all along? What if I'm the one who killed you every time I cave to guilt? What if I've been far too kind to foes, but I'm become the monster.
Oh yeah, this song.
Don't you miss me
more than you know?
Then jump in the water and kiss me.
Penelope, I've told you this before. You know I'm afraid of the water.
I'll make sure that you are safe and sound. Come play with me and our daughter, and let's watch our
There's
love
not
leave
a
the
thought
ground.
behind those eyes.
Let's watch our love
There is
play
not
with me and our
a thought
daughter.
behind those eyes. Just like, oh hi, I'm here now. There's no thought. No thought.
Let's watch.
Fun fact. When a classmate and I were talking about the characters, we couldn't remember the name of Telemachus, so we called him Teletubby. Teletubby is something new. I heard him been called telemarketing or something, or telephone before. But Teletubby? Anything but calling him by his actual name.
Our love leave the ground.
Oh, I would, but I'd be suffering trying to float the whole time.
There is no thought behind girls' eyes.
That sounds right here, I'm just fine.
Now we have Eucalyptus and Teletubby. Perfect!
Fine, but only if you answer a question or two.
Of course.
Okay, so let's say I was on the run, or hiding, from, I don't know, Poseidon. And let's say he blocked the way home with giant waves and giant storms.
Oh no.
How am I to evade him? How am I to get home? Which route should I take? Where am I supposed to go?
He will chase you high and low, so find a place he'd never go. The one way you'll get home is sailing where he's scared to roam. Oh, it's through the lair of Scylla.
No.
This is your only way home, the lair of Scylla.
But Scylla has a cost.
Well, you asked and now you know. Now jump in the water.
Penelope, why? You know I'm too shy and terrified.
I would take the suffering from you.
Ooh, for you I would die, but can't you let me stay dry?
I can take the suffering from you.
You should come onto the ship. We'll jump at the same time.
I will take the suffering from you.
The things I do for you.
Oh, with the change of the name.
Let's cut the charade. You are no wife of mine. You've been trying to take my life this whole time. I know underwater there are packs
I
of
love
you
the design
hiding.
of the sirens. Like the
Yeah,
anglerfish.
I know exactly what you are. A siren. My real wife knows I'm not scared of the water. And my real wife knows I don't have a daughter. But while you were so focused on turning my men into snacks,
I just remembered a meme where Penelope was played by a merman and Odysseus was just Penelope. Why? Why? I don't remember that meme, but I kinda do at the same time.
you didn't notice that your friends got snatched.
What?
We are a different beast now. We are the ones who feast now. No more of us deceased, cause we won't take more suffering from you.
We are the man-made monsters. We are the ones who conquer. You are a threat no longer. We won't take more suffering from you.
We've been away from home for about 12 years or so. First we slayed in our own war, and now we're here with more foes. While on the run
Hold up,
from
Aeolus is
Poseidon,
not your
we
foe.
found a ship with no crew. I realized nearby there were sirens, singing sailors to their dooms. We filled our ears with beeswax, that's how we resist your song. You pretended to be my wife, so I just played along. I read your lips and phrases, scanning for information. Sirens know about every route and horizon. Now I know how to get back to my island.
We are a different beast now. We are the ones who feast now. No more of us deceased, cause we won't take more suffering from you. We are the man-made monsters. We are the ones who conquer. You are a threat no longer. We won't take more suffering from you.
Spare us. Oh, spare us, please.
Why? So you can kill the next group of sailors in this part of the sea? Nah, you wouldn't have spared me. I made a mistake like this. It almost cost my life. I can't take more risks of not seeing my wife. Cut off their tails! We're ending this now. Throw their bodies back in the water. Let them drown.
He is a different beast now. He is the one who feasts now. No more of us deceased, so he won't take more suffering from you.
Don't they technically have
He is the
guilt?
man-made monster. He is the one who conquers. You are a threat no longer. He won't take more suffering from you.
I mean, yeah, they sink to the bottom, but don't they technically have gills? Don't sirens have gills? I think the gills are on that. Oh! Oh. Oh damn. Well, then never mind then. Let's not eat the sirens, by the way. Siren sushi does not sound that good.
The lair of Scylla. This is our only way home.
Human part has lungs and... Oh, that makes so much sense, actually. That makes so much sense, actually. Yeah. I just know the general one where they have it on the neck.
Secret I can no longer keep. Deep down, you know that we are the same. I opened the wind bag while you were asleep.
Traitor.
Leaving them feeling betrayed. Breaking the bonds that you've made.
I'm so sorry.
There is no price we won't pay.
Forgive me.
We both know what it takes to survive.
Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Deep down,
we only care for ourselves.
Eurylochus, light up 6 torches.
I love it when the name turns red. That is such a subtle, like, hint of when he turns the monster.
Something approaches.
Hi. Fuck, the design is good. Gigi has such a genius design for Scylla. Also with how, like, the human mask is like a mask for the one of the ear. Sing outside the water since they couldn't. Oh, yeah. That makes so much sense, actually.
Tell me you did not know that would happen. Say you didn't know how that would end. Look me in the eyes and tell me, Captain, that you did not just sacrifice 6 men. Use your wits to try and say I'm crazy and mad. That this is all some trick the gods have sent. Tell me you did not miss home so painfully bad that you gave up the lives of 6 of our friends. When we fought the Cyclops, you were quick to hatch a plan. And when we fought with Cersei, it was you who left behind no man. But when we saw this monster...
Yes, but you wanted to. You wanted to leave them behind. Need I remind you of that, Eurylicus?
We didn't take a stand. We just ran. Say something!
I can't!
Then you have forced my hand.
Lower your weapon.
No can do. You miss your wife so bad you drained the lives of your own crew.
Don't make me fight you, brother. You know you'd have done the same.
If you want all the power, you must carry all the blame. Eurylicus, Eurylicus, Eurylicus. Odysseus, Odysseus, Odysseus. There is no price he won't pay.
Exactly. It were 6 men. Not that it's good, but as we know, crossing through the lair of Scylla has a price. We know that! It was sung about! And with Cersei, you were just like, oh no, let's just leave. Let's just run, let's just leave them behind. We don't need to fight. And now you're getting mad.
You get in my way!
My brothers, why?
How are we supposed to trust you now? Now, your time has come, your luck's run out. Now, the time has come to shut you down. You relied on wit, and then we died on it. Whoa.
My head. Where are we?
They at least bandaged
Some
him.
island.
Also, can we talk about how bad his fucking geography is? First, the floating islands. This is the home of the wind god. We don't know for sure. How many floating islands have you seen before? And now he doesn't know the sun god's island. Eurylicus, you have a fucking terrible sense of geography. He never denied that he's done bad. But he never pushed the blame on anyone. No, he said he'll become the monster. He is taking all the blame. Unlike you.
It's bursting with cows, just roaming around, begging us to eat. So much meat, and hunger is so heavy. This statue, the god of the sun, don't know where it's from, but here's where we found all these cows to hunt.
Random statue of the sun god and there's cows running around. Yeah, probably fine. You fucking idiot, Eurylicus. You are a idiot. They should just have eat the siren tails.
Right in front, and hunger is so heavy.
A little bit of siren sushi.
So tell me all about it, do what I think you'll do.
Odie, we're never gonna get to make it home. You know it's true.
You don't know that's true. This is the home of the sun god.
I'm starving, my friend.
But if you kill his cattle, who knows what he'll send. This is the home of the sun god.
I'm tired, my friend.
But we're so close to home, this can't be where it ends.
How much longer must I suffer now?
You suffer.
How much longer must I push through doubt? How much longer must I go about my life like this when people die like this? Whoa. How much longer must we suffer now? How much longer must we push through doubt? How much longer must we go about our lives like this when people die like this?
Eurylicus, no! Spartacus!
Captain?
You killed my sheep part 2, yeah. My favorite sheep.
With all the strength your arms allow!
This part it would be, you killed my cow. You make yeah, they really do make everything harder. They could just be home by now. If they didn't, like, did this.
These cows were immortal. They were the sun god's friends.
Also, hi, Emmy, yes. Hello, Sharky again.
Who do you think he'll send?
Well, the sun god is Daddy's favorite, so...
We're too late.
Eucalyptus opened the fucking bag, he killed the cow. Yep. Yep.
Pride is a damsel in distress, hiding away where only I can undress her. Trials she cannot to confess. In the end, it's all the same once I apply all the pressure. Thunder, bring her through the ringer. Show her I'm the judgment call, the one who makes her kingdom fall. Lightning, wield her, use and yield her. Show her what she can't conceal, for true nature will be revealed. Tell me, Odysseus, if I were to make you choose the lives
How
of
does
your
that
men
singer
and
breathe in this
warrior
song?
why do I think they lose? Enlighten me, King of Ithaca, since hunger was far too great. I wonder who'd take the weight of the damned and suffer a gruesome fate. To the thunder bringer, here to bring your ears until your death with fear and spear you while your death is near. Lightning wielder, here to yield your time, for you have passed your prime. Sublime you for
That
your
Zeus design, right? Right!
Choose.
Right! I love it. Fucking Neil's god designs are so good. The singer got a natural deep voice and I believe is either a vocal coach or a singing teacher. Ah! So he doesn't need to breathe. Okay.
Someone's gotta die today, and you have got the final
No, listen,
say.
I have attempted, ever since my voice has been beginning to go down, I have been starting to attempt to sing Thunderbringer like fully, and I always end up like I don't know how to breathe. He breathes through his ass like a turtle.
For your crew.
Please don't make me do this. Don't make me do this.
When does a comet become a meteor? When does a candle become a blaze? When does a man become a monster? Does a rainbow become a tidal wave? When does a raisin become a rain? When does a man become a monster? Captain?
I have to see her.
But we'll die.
I know.
Kind of your own.
been 10 years since I last saw
But
you.
also, what I also love about this Athena design.
It's been 10 years since I last.
Okay, first off, claws. Second off, this looks messy because helmet on off, yes. Third of all, goddess or not, you cannot tell me that you go out of war without marks. And this one got scars. I love this design so much. I love Gigi's design. I love basically every design. There's no ugly design for me. But if I had to rank them, she would be very well placed one. Because I just find that this is a very good representation of what Athena could look like. Gigi's is also very good. Every animator has such a good design choice. Let's not talk about Neil. Neil's are fucking beautiful as well. But this version, I love it so much.
Saw you.
Remember me, I am the infamous Odysseus!
Let's see where you've been. Your friends close and your enemies close.
Oh, Alice. Oh, hello.
Move and you're done for anything I
Song of past romance, I see the we won't take more suffering from you. Drown in your sorrow and fears.
Captain? I have to see her.
Oh, like they did with the statues. Yeah, in that case, they didn't represent Aeolus completely well, because we see Aeolus here as a, like, young being. That Scylla design, holy shit, right? Yeah, Aeolus, kinda not how they didn't really...
Not.
Yeah, this is Aeolus. And we got our Aeolus. Yeah. This is Aeolus. And then we have Epic Aeolus. But oh, this is so good. Even the fucking Poseidon design. Like, his ears being like little fins. Don't get me wrong, I love Neil's. I love Gigi's design, where Gigi has given Poseidon a lower body of tentacles. This looks more shark-like. Lunar Eclipse, hello! It's Day Poseidon! What a way to join the stream, hello! That's so
Captain?
Like I said, I love all the designs. Couldn't help myself, it's fine. We sim for the gods.
I know.
Odysseus, where did you go?
Morning, sleepyhead, you've been resting for a while. I swore that you were dead when you washed up on my aisle. Did you know you talk in your sleep? Tell me though, who's Penelope?
She's my wife.
That awkward.
Anyways, I've gone. All you could want here, all you could need here, just you and me.
Not her,
my dear,
just not
my
her.
lawful
I
life.
don't know.
Soon into
For me, Calypso... Yes, I know in the Odyssey she did something very, very bad. But imagine this. You're locked away for 100 years on an island, and then this man shows up. And you have the first interaction. I don't know. I kinda can't blame her. I would blame the person who put her on the island, which is probably Zeus. I hold deep hate towards her. Everyone got their opinion. I personally can't hate her. I don't hate the design either. The design is very pretty. And I love the singing voice. Holy shit. I love her songs because of the vocal range her singer has. Even if I despise characters, actors and voice actors are so impressive to me. I could hate the character, but I could never hate the voice actor or actress.
We'll climb and spend our time.
I'm not your man.
I'm what you want here, I'm what you need here. Just you and me, my love in paradise. Now
I don't care what she did, I'll tell you why I hate her when it comes. Alright.
Hell no, I could kill you where you stand. I'm no pet, I'm a married man.
Oh, handsome, you may try, but last I checked, goddesses can't die.
Goddess.
You're adorable. Bow down now to the immortal Calypso, here to entertain. But
That animation and that vocal work. Can we at least agree that was good? That the animation and the vocal work was beautiful.
can't die.
I need to see that again.
You're adorable. Bow down now to the immortal Calypso, here to entertain. But fear not, I bring no pain. Cause we got all we could want here, all we could need here. Under my spell, we're stuck in
Good, then we can at least agree on that.
No one can come or go. My island stays unknown.
No, I don't belong here. There's something wrong here. I won't be drawn to love in paradise. Not till the end of time. There is no way.
You're mine, all mine.
7 years she's kept you trapped out of your control. Time can take a heavy toll.
I don't hate the voice actors, I just hate her as a character. Fair. If someone doesn't like a character, fair. But I have to do real talk for a moment because of the... For example, let's take Laura Bailey for an example. Laura Bailey voiced someone who got deeply hated, I believe in The Last of Us or something. I haven't personally played or watched it. I just read about it. Laura Bailey got death threats for the character she has voiced because she read from a script. I do not tolerate that. You can hate a character, you can hate how a character is written, you can hate how a character is acting. Never hate the person who's acting the character. Never hate the person who's voice acting the character. I will not tolerate that. Because it takes talent to make you hate a character. Which is why I said, the Antinous singer, I respect him so much. And even if we talk about the No Rowling books or movies, Dolores Jane Umbridge, I despised her in the books, I despised her in the movies. I love the actress, because the actress of Dolores Jane Umbridge is in another movie called Pride, which basically shows how the first Christopher Street Days came to be. She plays the sweet old granny going hand in hand with the gays at the top of the parades. She's so sweet. You would never have guessed that she's a mean pink-wearing toad lady torturing students. And that takes my respect. When an actor manages for you to hate a character. Okay, now let's get back to this.
Odie, get away from the ledge.
You don't know what I've gone through.
I hate people like that, Rose. Yeah, me too. Like, separating.
I long knew. Every friend, I saw them die, and all I hear are screams.
Come back inside, dear love of my life. Come back to paradise. I know life's been hard. I'll stay inside your heart.
All I hear are screams.
I love you, my dear. I love our time here. Life would be so much
Just
worse
let
if
me
you
close
had
my
died.
eyes.
Please stay away from harm. Stay in my open arms.
qualities. This line?
Stay in my open arms.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. Yeah. Yeah.
He needs my help.
Yep. Move! Move your owl butt! Oh! I love God games.
Father, God King, rarely do I ask for favors. Now I'm knocking on your door with hopes to save a friendship with one who's a prisoner far from home. Odysseus.
Divine intervention. Is that what you seek? To untie apprehensions that were placed on that Greek? You are playing with thunder for a man full of shame, but if he's worth the risk of going under, why not make it a game?
This is what I mean. I also
Convince
love
each of them that he ought to be
Gigi's
released,
design.
and I'll release him.
Who's them?
Apollo! Hephaestus! Aphrodite! Ares! Hera!
domain for this. You gotta treat it like it's the main event.
Yeah.
You wanna get home, put it all
Especially
on
Hera.
the line, be dangerous.
No, not Hera.
Mostly the win back.
Here.
We went through so much to get this.
I'm so stuck in Greek right now. Hill. Hill would kick Marvel Hill's ass.
Keep this bag closed if you wanna get home, sir. You won't get another time to try. The raging storm inside won't let you get closer. It was meant to stop you by design. Cause no mortal can pass Poseidon's storm. Open this bag and you'll never make it home. You'll never make it home. Don't you know that danger is my friend? My whole life I've trained for this. I cannot tell you how much I have paid for this. I have to get home, put it all on the line. I'm gonna use ruthlessness, every trick, every skill put to use for this. I plan to put an end to all the foolishness. I have to get home, put it all on the line, or be dangerous. Hermes.
Your second favorite. May I ask who's your favorite?
I'm not the one who fought for you.
Then who?
Good luck.
May I ask just out of interest who? Because I can see why Hermes, but I'm always like curious, okay, who? Hastia. Oh, yeah. No question? No question. I have not met anyone who genuinely likes Greek mythology Zeus. They might like Disney Zeus. But once they learn of the actual Zeus, they're like, oh my god, I hate that motherfucker. Hastia was... Let me pull up a picture. Hastia was in German for us Göttin des Herdfeuers, des Familienlebens und Zusammenhalt. Let me... Basically, hello. There we have her. I don't know Dutch. It wasn't Dutch, it was German. And Pack and I are both Germans, and I didn't know how to explain it to him in English, so I I act like I have seen this like I'm seeing this for the first time. Actually, no. This is my 8th or 9th time watching this. This is exact compilation. But I am always so impressed by the animations. I love this toxic fury. That's my god. He has more children. One blinded is nothing. He can just replace him. Yeah. Isn't like every Cyclops his child? Yes, he created Cyclopses for sleeping with water nymphs. But yeah, I act like I don't know Epic by heart. Like I couldn't sing every song. But still, with the animation, like every time I find a new detail to admire. Oh, apologies. I need to watch Hamilton after this. Hamilton I haven't actually seen. Is that something I should do as well? Well, stop bringing him up. The pain. Is that something we should do? I don't know if that would get copyrighted though. Stupid music, go! I take Ares. I don't care he has Aphrodite. I'll take both. I'll take Ares and Aphrodite. Hamilton. Yeah, but I don't know if the VOD would get claimed or taken down. I have to research and I have to ask if my chat would even be open to like watch Hamilton. And then it would be like I watch Hamilton for the first time. I just know once Ilium comes out, I will be reacting to it on stream. I want to support Jorge. But yeah, I don't know about Hamilton. If that's something you would be interested in me reacting to, and if I even can react to it, because again, I don't have Disney Plus and I don't know where else I could watch Hamilton. Peg, Antimatter has a god complex. He counts himself as a god, don't forget that. oh, stop. Okay. We are now entering a song which will have a huge, pay attention, hello, don't make me get the waist, pay attention, trigger warning. Trigger warning. I am only saying this once. Trigger warning. Watch at your own. I'm holding a flask of dice. Here. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Pay attention. I don't have my keys. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Listen to the dice. Trigger warning. This song is very mentionative about SA. I will also pin the message if I have to. But watch at your own risk. Let's just say I will put the SA warning up. Right? Luna already did it. And I will unpin the message when the song is over. So that's when you know you can join again. You heard? Okay? I don't want to hear any whining. We will listen to the song now. If you don't want to, please mute the stream now. Once the pinned message disappears, you can join again. Let's get into it.
Whoever can stream the old king's flow and shoot through 12 axes cleanly will be the new king, sit down at the throne, Penelope as his queen. Where is he? Where is the man who can string this bow?
Screw this competition. We've been here for hours. None of us can string
The song is good, but the lyrics are...
This damn challenge. No more delays. Can't you guys see we're being played? This is how they hold us down while the throne gets colder. Hold us down while we slowly age. Hold us down while the boy gets bolder. Where in the hell is our pride and our rage? Here and now there's a chance for action. Here and now we can take control. Here and now burn it down to ashes. Channel the fire inside your soul. Haven't you noticed who's missing? Don't you know the prince is not around? I heard he's on a diplomatic mission, and I heard today he comes back to town. So I say we gather near the beaches. I say we wait till he arrives. Then when he docks his ship, we can breach it. Let us leave now.
Don't bite your lip too hard.
We can strike it. Hold him down till the boy stops shaking. Hold him down while I slit his throat.
Okay, it's not that animatic, okay. Oh, I know. It's still bad. Like, ouch, but there's one a little bit showing more.
Stop us from taking her love and more. And then we'll hold her down while her gate is open.
Odysseus disapproves. Yes.
Hold her down while we share her spoils. I will not let any part go to waste. Here and now there's a chance for action. Here and now
we need to remember, he is in the halls right now. Just hearing him.
For 20 years I've suffered every punishment.
Okay, you can now join back. For everyone who left, anyone who left, we are now in the safe again. You can join back. I bid it the whole time.
gods and
Oh,
monsters
no.
to the screams of
Someone got his hands on his fucking bow.
I come back and find my palace desecrated, sacked like Troy. Worst of all, I hear you dare to touch my wife and hurt my boy.
I have had enough.
Oh, that is so epic. So epic, hahaha.
In the heat of battle at the edge of the hunt.
He knew them for like forgot about that voice.
Coming on yourselves, there's a chance for us to win. We can still defeat the king if we all attack the prince. Where is he?
Whoa.
Where is he? Capture him, he's our greatest chance. Get off me! Get off me! Fight till the prince can barely stand. Hold him down! Hold him down! Make the king obey our commands. Hold him down! Hold him down! 'Cause if he won't, I'll break the kid's hands. Got him.
Mercy. Mercy. My mercy is long since drowned. It died to bring me home. And as long as you're around, my family's fate is left unknown. You plotted to kill my son. You planned to rape my wife. All of you are going to die.
Buddy, I think he's dead.
You filled my heart with hate. All of you who have done me wrong. This will be your fate!
Ooh, he snapped. Yep, he's dead when Odysseus says he's dead. Yep. Yep. He did. He didn't need 600 men.
Father? Son?
Go! Hug! Go!
All my life I'd have died to meet you. Thought about your name so much it hurts.
Wait, he's taller.
For 20 years I dreamt of how I'd greet you. Oh, and now you're here. I can't find the words. All my life I'd have died to know you.
has it been?
20 years.
I love you.
Yep. 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 Yep, that's it. Oh god. Oh fuck. Every time. No matter how often I watch it. To be fair, we only watched Epic because we did that fucking trailer watch of Lesbian Space Princess. And no, I'm not kidding, the movie's actually called that. And we needed something to cleanse our ears. Oh gosh. Is it actually a good movie? Do I need to pull out the trailer again? Do I need to show you the love song? The main antagonists are called straight, white malians. The antagonists of the movie are called straight white malians. Or something like that. No, the movie is not good. From just judging by the trailer. The song is absolutely horrendous. That I seen, the one song. And no. Straight cis white malians. That's what they really call them. Okay. Can I have my hoodie back, please? Oops. Thank you. Okay, people. We still have some stuff on the bucket list. I would take a short toilet break, and then we'll go into the reading corner. Because as I have already announced on Discord, I have bought the book The King in Yellow. And we will be reading a little bit, at least, of it on stream. Like, at least maybe the first short story. There are 4 short story and... yeah. Okay, so I will be right back. Enjoy a little break from the suffering. I was on the wrong screen the whole time! The stream is not ending! I was just taking a break! The stream is not ending! We're not done! Come back! Oh. Lies? Yeah. You're right, you caught me. Welcome to my reading corner. I still need to figure out where to position you and where to position myself. Maybe like this. Maybe like this is good. Yeah, I think this is good. Okay, so I have picked up a book. Oh, you're right. Wait. There we go. Today, we are reading something which I have asked on my Discord before. There we go. Today we are reading from, that is large, The King in Yellow. Oh my god. OBS, please! There we go. This is the book we will be reading today. The King in Yellow has 4 short stories. I imparted my wisdom, my job is done. Thank you! Thank you, Emmy. Enjoy your lurk. Okay, The King in Yellow. It has 4 short stories. And I thought about at least reading one of them on stream. Because I do really like it. So here we go. This short story is called The Repairer of Reputations. Towards the end of the year 1920, the government of the United States had practically completed the program adopted during the last month of President Winthrop's administration. The country was apparently tranquil. Everybody knows how the tariff and labor questions were settled. The war with Germany, incidents on that country's seizure of Samoan Islands had left no visible scars upon the Republic, and the temporary occupation of Norfolk by the invading army had been forgotten in the joy over repeated naval victories and the subsequent ridiculous plight of General von Gartenlaub's forces in the state of New Jersey. The Cuban and Hawaiian investments had paid 100%, and the territory of Samoa was well worth its cost as a coaling station. The country was in a superb state of defense. Every coast city had been well supplied with land fortifications. The army, under the parental eye of the general staff, organized according to the Prussian system, had been increased to 300,000 men with a territorial reserve of 1,000,000. And 6 magnificent squadrons of cruisers and battleships patrolled the 6 stations of the navigable seas, leaving a steam reserve amply fitted to control home waters. The gentleman from the West had been last constrained to acknowledge that a college for the training of diplomats was necessary, as law schools are for the training of barristers. Consequently, were no longer represented abroad by incompetent patriots. The nation was prosperous. Chicago, for a moment paralyzed after a second great fire, had risen from its ruins, white and imperial, and more beautiful than the white city which had been built for its plaything in 1893. Everywhere, good architecture was replacing bad, and even in New York, a sudden craving for decency had swept away a great portion of the existing horrors. Street had been widened, properly paved and lighted. Trees had been planted, squares laid out, elevated structures demolished, and underground roads built to replace them. The new government buildings and barracks were fine bits of architecture, and the long system of stone quays which completely surrounded the island had been turned into parks, which proved a godsend to the population. The subsiding of the State Theatre and the State Opera brought its own reward. The United States National Academy of Design was much like European institutions of the same kind. Nobody envied the Secretary of Fine Arts, either his cabinet's position or his portfolio. The Secretary of Forestry and Game Prevention had a much easier time, thanks to the new system of National Mounted Police. We had profited well by the latest treaties with France and England. The exclusion of foreign-born Jews. Well, I don't agree with this statement. The exclusion of foreign-born Jews as a measure of self-preservation, the settlement of new independent I can't say that word. New independent people of color, state of Suriname, and the checking of immigration, the new laws concerning naturalization, and the gradual centralization of power in the executive all contributed to national calm and prosperity. When the government solved the people residing in western parts of the world problem, and squadron of people cavalry scouts in native costume were subsided for the capital organizations. Oh, indigenous people. I could have said that. Context clues. Were subsided for pitiable organizations tacked on the tail of skeletonized regiments by a former Secretary of War. The nation drew a long sigh of relief when, after the colossal congress of religions, bigotry, and intolerance were laid in their graves, and kindness and charity began to draw wearing sects together, many thought the millennium had arrived, and at least in the new world, which, after all, is a world by itself. And we will hydrate. Hello, Koki! But self-preservation is the first law, and the United States had to look on in helpless sorrow as Germany, Italy, Spain, and Belgium withered in the throes of anarchy, while Russia, watching from the Carcosa stooped and bound them one by one. In the city of New York, the number of 1899 was signalized by dismantling of the elevated railroads. The summer of 1900s will live in the memories of New York people for many a cycle. The Dodge statue was removed in that year. In the following winter began the agitation for the repeal of the laws prohibiting suicides, which bore its final fruit in the month of April 1920, when the first government lethal chamber was opened on Washington Square. I had walked down that day from Dr. Archer's house on Madison Avenue, where I had been as a mere formality. Ever since that fall from my horse 4 years before, I had been troubled at times with pains in the back of my head and neck, but for months they had been absent, and the doctor sent me away that day, saying there was nothing more to be cured in me. It was hardly worth his fee to be told that. I knew it myself. I still did not grudge him the money. What I minded was the mistake which he made first, when they picked me up from the pavement where I lay unconscious, and somebody had mercifully sent a bullet through my horse's head. I was carried to Dr. Archer, and he pronounced my brain affected, placed me in his private asylum, where I was obligated to endure treatment for insanity. At least he decided that I was well, and I, knowing that my mind had always been sound, as his, if not sounder, paid my tuition, as he jokingly called it, and left. I told him, smiling, that I would get even with him for his mistake, and he laughed heartily. He asked me to call once in a while. I did so, hoping for a chance to even up accounts, but he gave me none, and I told him I would wait. The fall for my horse had unfortunately left no evil results. On the contrary, it had changed my whole character for the better. From a lazy young man about town, I had become active, energetic, temperate, and above all else, ambitious. There was only one thing which troubled me. I laughed at my own uneasiness, and yet it troubled me. During my convalescence, I had bought and read for the first time The King in Yellow. I remember after finishing the first act that it occurred to me that I had better stop. I started up and flung the book into the fireplace. The volume struck the barred grate and fell open to the heart in the firelight. If I had not caught a glimpse of the opening words in the second act, I should have never finished it. But I stooped to pick it up. My eyes became riveted to the open page, and with a cry of terror, or perhaps if it was of joy, so poignant that I suffered in every nerve, I snatched the thing out of the coals and crept shaking to my bedroom, where I read it and reread it, and wept and laughed and trembled with a horror which at times assails me yet. This is the thing that troubles me, for I cannot forget Carcosa, where the black stars hang in the heavens, where the shadows of men's thoughts lengthen in the afternoon, where the twin suns sink into the Lake of Harley, and my mind will bear forever the memory of the pallid mask. I pray God will curse the writer, as the writer has cursed the world with this beautiful, stupendous creation, terrible in its simplicity, irresistible in its truth, a world which now trembles before the King in Yellow. When the French government seized the translated copies, which had just arrived in Paris, London, of course, became eager to read it. It is well known how the book spread like an infectious disease from city to city, from continent to continent, bared out here, confiscated there, denounced by the press and pulpit, censored even by the most advanced of literary anarchists. No definite principles had been violated in those wicked pages, no doctrines promulgated, no convicts outraged. It could not be judged by any known standard, yet although it was acknowledged that the supreme note of art had been struck in The King in Yellow, all felt that the human nature could not bear the strain, nor thrive on words which the essence of purest poison lurked. The very banality of innocence of the first act only allowed the blow to fall afterwards with more awful effect. It was, I remember, the 13th of April 1920 that the first government lethal chamber was established on the south side of Washington Square, between Wooster Street and South Fifth Avenue. The block, which had formerly consisted of a lot of shabby old buildings used as cafes and restaurants for foreigners, had been acquired by the government in the winter of 1898. The French and Italian cafes and restaurants were torn down. The whole block was enclosed by a gilded iron railing and converted into a lovely garden with lawns, flowers, and fountains. In the center of the garden stood a small white building, severely classical in architecture, and surrounded by thickets of flowers. 6 iconic columns supported the roof, and a single door was of bronze. A splendid marble group of the Fates stood before the door, the work of a young American sculptor, Boris Yvain, who had died in Paris when only 23 years old. The inauguration ceremonies were in process as I crossed University Place and entered the square. I threaded my way through the silent throng of spectators, but was stopped at 4th Street by a cordon of police. A regiment of United States Lancers were drawn up in a hollow square round the lethal chamber. On a raised tribune facing Washington Park stood the governor of New York, and behind him were grouped the mayor of New York and Brooklyn, the inspector general of police, the commandant of the state troops, Colonel Livingston, military aide to the President of the United States, General Blount, commanding at Governor Island, Major General Hamilton. Commanding the garrison of New York and Brooklyn, Admiral Buffby of the fleet in the North River, Surgeon General Lansford, the staff of the National Free Hospital, Senators Wise and Franklin of New York, and the Commissioner of Public Works. The tribune was surrounded by a squadron of hussars of the National Guard. The governor was finishing his reply to the short speech of the Surgeon General. I heard him say, "The laws prohibiting suicide and providing punishment for any attempt at self-destruction have been repealed. The government has seen it fit to acknowledge the right of man to end an existence which may have come intolerable to him through physical suffering or mental despair. It is believed that the community will be benefited by removal of such people from their midst. Since the passage of this law, the number of suicides in the United States has not increased. Now, the government has determined to establish a lethal chamber in every city, town, and village in the country. It remains to be seen whether or not that class of human creatures from whose disappointing rank new victims or self-destruction fall daily will be accepted the relief thus provided." He paused and turned to the white lethal chamber. The silence in the street was absolute. "There a painless death awaits him who can no longer bear the sorrows of his own life. If death is welcome, let him seek it there." Then quickly turning to the military aide of the president's household, he said, "I declare the lethal chamber open." And again, facing the vast crowd, he cried in a clear voice, "Citizens of New York and the United States of America, through me the government declares the lethal chamber to be open." The solemn hush was broken by a sharp cry of command. The squadron of hussars filed after the governor's carriage. The Lancers wheeled and formed along Fifth Avenue to wait for the commandant of the garrison. and the mounted police followed them. I left the crowd to gape and stare at the white marble death chamber, and crossing South Fifth Avenue, walked along the western side of that thoroughfare to Bleecker Street. Then I turned to the right and stopped before a dingy shop which bore the sign Hofburg Armorer. I glanced at the doorway and saw Hofburg busy in his little shop at the end of the hall. I looked up and catching sight of me, he cried in his deep, hearty voice, "Come in, Mr. Castaigne." Constance, his daughter, rose to meet me as I crossed the threshold and held out her pretty hand, but I saw the blush of disappointment on her cheeks and knew that it was another Castaigne she had expected, my cousin Louis. I smiled at her confusion and complimented her on the banner she was embroidering from a colored plate. Old Herbert sat riveting the worn graves of some ancient suits of armor, and the ting, ting, ting of his little hammer sounded pleasantly in the quaint shop. Presently he dropped his hammer and fussed about for a moment with a tiny wrench. The soft clash of nails sent a thrill of pleasure through me. I loved to hear the music of steel brushing against steel, the mellow shock of the mallet on thigh pieces, and the jingle of chain armor. That was the only reason I went to see Harburg. He had never interested me personally, nor did Constance, except for the fact of her being in love with Louis. This did occupy my attention, and sometimes even kept me awake at night, but I knew in my heart that all would come right, and that I should arrange their future as I expected to arrange that of my kind doctor, John Archer. However, I should never have troubled myself about visiting them just then, had it not been, as I say, that the music of the tinkling hammer had for me the strong fascination. I would sit for hours listening and listening, and when a stray sunbeam struck on inlaid steel, the sensation it gave me was almost too keen to endure. My eyes would become fixed, dilating with a pleasure that stretched every nerve, almost breaking until some movement of the old armorer cut off the ray of sunlight. Then, still thrilling secretly, I leaned back and listened again to the sound of the polishing rag. Swish, swish, rubbing rust from the rivets. Constance worked with the embroidery over her knees, now and then pausing to examine more closely the pattern in the colored palette from the Metropolitan Museum. "Who is this for?" I asked. Harbeck explained that in addition to the treasures of the armor in the Metropolitan Museum, of which he had been appointed armorer, he had also had charge of several collections belonging to rich amateurs. This was the missing greave of a famous suit which a client of his had traced to a little shop in Paris on the Quai d'Orsay. He, Harbeck, had negotiated for and secured the greave, and now the suit was complete. He laid down his hammer and read me the history of the suit, traced since 1450, from owner to owner, until it was acquired by Thomas Stainbridge. When his superb collection was sold, this client of Harburg bought the suit, and since then the search for the missing greave had been pushed until it was, almost by accident, located in Paris. "Did you continue to search so persistently without any certainty of the greave being still in existence?" I demanded. "Of course," he replied coolly. Then for the first time I took a personal interest in Harburg. "It was worth something to you," I ventured. No, he replied, laughing. My pleasure in finding it was my reward. Have you no ambition to be rich? I asked, smiling. My one ambition is to be the best armorer in the world, he answered gravely. Constance asked me if I had seen the ceremonies at the lethal chamber. She herself had noticed cavalry passing up Broadway that morning, and had wished to see the inauguration, but her father wanted the banner finished, and she had stayed at his request. Did you see your cousin, Mr. Castaigne, there? She asked with the slightest tremor of her soft eyelashes. No, I replied carelessly. Louis' regiment is maneuvering out Westchester County. I rose and picked up my hat and cane. Are you going upstairs to see the lunatic again? Laughed old Harburg. If Harburg knew how I loathed that word lunatic, he would never use it in my presence. It rouses certain feelings within me which I do not care to explain. However, I answered him quietly, I think I shall drop in and see Mr. Wilde for a moment or two. Poor fellow, said Constance with a shake of the head. It must be hard to live alone year after year. Poor, disabled, and almost demented. It is very good of you, Mr. Castaigne, to visit him as often as I do. Yes, I am censoring the world. The world. The word! I don't care if this is a traditional thing. I am not reading these words on stream. It is very good of you, Mr. Castaigne, to visit him as often as you do. I think he's vicious, observed Harburg, beginning again with his hammer. I listened to the golden tinkle of the greave plates. When he had finished, I replied, Excuse me. No, he's not vicious, nor is he in the least demented. His mind is a wonder chamber from which he can extract treasures that you and I would give years of our life to acquire. Harburg laughed. I continued a little impatiently. He knows history as no one else could know it. Nothing, however, trivial escapes his search, and his memory is so absolute, so precise in detail, that were it known in New York that such a man existed, people could not honor him enough. Nonsense, muttered Harburg, searching on the floor for a falling rivet. Is it nonsense? I asked, managing to suppress what I felt. Is it nonsense when he says that he tassets and cuissards of the enamelment suit of armor, commonly known as the Princess of Emblazoned, can be found among a mass of rusty theatrical properties, broken stoves and rag pickers, refused in a garret in Pell Street? Harburg's hammer fell to the ground, but he picked it up and asked with a great deal of calm how I knew that the tassets and left cuissard were missing from the prince's embezzlement. I did not know until Mr. Wilde mentioned it to me the other day. He said they were in the garret of 998 Pell Street. Nonsense, he cried, but I noticed his hand trembling under his leather apron. Is this nonsense too? I asked pleasantly. Is it nonsense when Mr. Wilde constantly speaks of you as the Marquise of Avonshire and of Miss Constance? I did not finish, for Constance had started to her feet. With terror written on every feature, Harburg looked at me and slowly smoothed his leather apron. That is impossible, he observed. Mr. Wilde may know a great many things. About armor, for instance, and the priest's embezzlement, I interposed, smiling. Yes, he continued slowly, but armor also. maybe. But he is wrong in regard to the Marquis of Avonshire, who, as you know, killed his wife, traducer, years ago, and went to Australia, where he did not long survive his wife. Mr. Wilde is wrong, murmured Constance. Her lips were blanched, but her voice was sweet and calm. Let us agree, if you please, that in this one circumstance, Mr. Wilde is wrong, I said. Quick drink. I lost my page. I lost my page. Okay, there we go. Chapter 2. I climbed the three dilapidated flights of stairs, which I had so often climbed before, and knocked at a small door at the end of the corridor. Mr. Wilde opened the door and I walked in. When he had double locked the door and pushed a heavy chest against it, he came and sat down beside me, peering into my face with his little light-colored eyes. Half a dozen new scratches covered his nose and cheeks, and the silver wires which supported his artificial ears had become displaced. I thought I had never seen him so hideously fascinating. He had no ears. The artificial ones, which now stood out at an angle from the fine wire, were his own one weakness. They were made of wax and painted a shell pink, but the rest of his face was yellow. He might better have revelled in the luxury of some artificial fingers for his left hand, which was absolutely fingerless. It seems to have caused him no inconvenience, and he was satisfied with his wax ears. He was very small, sacredly higher than a child of 10, but his arms were magnificently developed, and his thighs as thick as any athlete's. Still, the most remarkable thing about Mr. Wilde was that a man of his marvelous intelligence and knowledge should have had a head. It was flat and pointed like the heads of many of those unfortunates whom people imprison in asylums for the weak-minded. Many called him insane, but I knew him to be as sane as I was. I do not deny that he was eccentric. The mania he had for keeping that cat and teasing her until she flew at his face like a demon was certainly eccentric. I could never understand why he kept the creature, nor what pleasure he found in shuddering himself in his room with this surly, vicious beast. I remember once glancing up from the manuscript I was studying by the light of some tallow dips and seeing Mr. Wilde squatting motionless on his high chair, his eyes fairly blazing with excitement, while the cat, which had risen from her place before the stove, came creeping across the floor, right at him. Before I could move, she flattened her belly to the ground, crouched, trembled, and sprang into his face. Howling and foaming, they rolled over and over on the floor, scratching and clawing until the cat screamed and fled under the cabinet. And Mr. Wilde turned over on his back, his limbs contracting and curling up like the legs of a dying spider. He was eccentric. Mr. Wilde had climbed into his high chair after studying my face, picked up a dog-eared ledger and opened it. Henry B. Matthews, he read, bookkeeper in Wysott and Company, dealers in church ornaments, called April 3rd. Reputation damage on the racetrack. Known as a welcher. Reputation to be repaired by August 1st. Retainer, $5. He turned the page and ran a fingerless... He turned the page and ran his fingerless knuckles down the closely written columns. P. Greeny Dusenberry, Minister of the Gospel, Fairbreach, New Jersey. Reputation damaged in the brewery. To be repaired as soon as possible. Retainer, $100. He coughed and added, called April 6th. Then you are not in need of money, Mr. Wilde, I inquired. Listen, he coughed again. Mrs. C. Hamilton Chester of Chester Park, New York City, called April 7th. Reputation damaged at Dieppe, France. To be repaired by October 1st. Retainer, $500. Note, C. Hamilton Chester, Captain USS Avalanche, ordered home from South Sea Squadron, October 1st. Well, I said, the profession of a repairer of reputations is lucrative. His colorless eyes sought mine. I only wanted to demonstrate that I was correct. You said it was impossible to succeed as a repairer of reputations. That even if I did succeed in certain cases, it would cost me more than I would gain by it. Today I have 500 men in my employ who are poorly paid, but pursue the work with an enthusiasm which possibly may be born of fear. These men enter every shade and grade of the society. Some are even pillars of the most exclusive social temples. Others are the prop and pride of the financial world. Still others hold undisputed sway among the fancy and talented. I chose them at my leisure. From those who replied to my advertisement, it is easy enough that they are all cowards. I could treble the numbers in 20 days if I wished. So you see, those who have their keeping the reputations of their fellow citizen, I have in my pay. They may turn on you, I suggested. He rubbed his thumb over his cropped ears and adjusted the wax substitutes. I think not, he murmured thoughtfully. I seldom have to apply the whip, and then only once. Besides, they like their wages. How do you apply the whip? I demanded. His face for a moment was awful to look upon. His eyes dwindled to a pair of green sparks. I invite them to come and have a little chat with me, he said in a soft voice. A knock on the door interrupted him, and his face resumed the amiable expression. Who is it? He expired. Mr. Stalet, was the answer. Come tomorrow, replied Mr. Wilde. Impossible, began the other, but was silenced by a sort of bark from Mr. Wilde. Come tomorrow, he repeated. We heard somebody move away from the door and turn the corner by the stairway. Who is that? I asked. Arnold Stalet, owner and editor-in-chief of the great New York Daily. He drummed on the ledger with his fingerless hand, adding, I pay him very badly, but he thinks it's a good bargain. Arnold Stalet, I repeated, amazed. Yes, said Mr. Wilde, with a self-satisfied cough. The cat, which had entered the room as he spoke, hesitated, looked up at him and snarled. He climbed down from the chair and, squatting on the floor, took the creature into his arms and caressed her. The cat ceased snarling and presently began a loud purring, which seemed to increase in timbre as he stroked her. Where are the notes? I asked. He pointed to the table, and for the 100th time, I picked up the bundle of manuscripts entitled The Imperial Dynasty of America. One by one, I studied the well-worn pages, worn only by my own handling, and although I knew all by heart from beginning, when from Carcosa the Hydas Hastur and Aldebaran to Castage Louis de Calvados, born December 19th, 1877, I read it with an eager, rapt attention, pausing to repeat parts of it aloud, and dwindling especially on Hildred de Calvados, only son of Hildred Castaigne and Edith Landis Castaigne, first in succession, etc., etc. When it finished, Mr. Wilde nodded and coughed. "Speaking of your legitimate ambition," he said, "how do Constance and Louis get along?" "She loves him," I replied simply. The cat on his knees suddenly turned and struck at his eyes, and he flung her off and climbed onto the chair opposite of me. "And Dr. Archer? But that's a matter you can settle any time you wish," he added. "Yes," I replied, "Dr. Archer can wait, but it is time I saw my cousin Louis." "It is time," he repeated. Then he took another ledger from the table and ran over the leaves rapidly. "We are now in communication with 10,000 men," he muttered. "We can count on 100,000 within the first 28 hours. And in 48 hours, the state will rise en masse. The country follows the state, and the portion that will not. I mean California and the Northwest. Might be better, never have been inhabited. I shall not send them the yellow sign." The blood rushed to my head, but I only answered, "A new broom sweeps clean." The ambition of Caesar and Napoleon pales before that which could not rest until it had seized the minds of men and controlled even their unborn thoughts, said Mr. Wilde. "You are speaking of the king in yellow," I groaned with a shudder. "He is a king whom emperors have served." "I am content to serve him," I replied. Mr. Wilde sat rubbing his ears with his disformed hand. "Perhaps Constance does not love him," he suggested. I started to reply, but a sudden burst of military music from the street below drowned my voice. The 20th Dragoon Regiment, formerly in garrison at Mount St. Vincent, was returning from the maneuvers in Westchester County to its new barracks on East Washington Square. It was my cousin's regiment. They were a fine lot of fellows in their pale blue tight-fitting jackets, jaunty busbies, and wide riding breeches, with the double yellow stripe into which their limbs seemed molded. Every other squadron was armed with lances, from the metal points of which fluttered yellow and white pennants. The band passed, playing the regimental march. Then came the colonel and staff, the horses crowding and trampling, while their heads bobbed in unison, and the pennants fluttered from their lance points. The troopers who rode with the beautiful English seat looked brown as berries from their bloodless campaign among the farms of Westchester, and the music of their sabres against the stirrups and the jingle of spurs and carbines was delightful to me. I saw Louis riding with his squadron. He was as handsome an officer as I have ever seen. Mr. Wilde, who had mounted a chair by the window, saw him too, but said nothing. Louis had turned and looked straight at Hawberk's shop as he passed, and I could see the flush on his brown cheeks. I think Constance must have been at the window when the last trooper had clattered by, and the last pennants vanished into the South Fifth Avenue. Mr. Wilde clambered out of his chair and dragged the chest away from the door. "Yes," he said, "it is time that you saw your cousin Louis." He unlocked the door, and I picked up my hat and stick, and stepped into the corridor. The stairs were dark, groping about. I set my foot on something soft, which snarled and spit, and I aimed a murderous blow at the cat, but my cane shivered into splinters against the balustrade, and the beast scurried back into Mr. Wilde's room. Passing Harburg's door again, I saw him still at the work on the armor, but I did not stop, and stepping out into Bleecker Street, I followed it to Worcester, skirted the grounds of the Lethal Chamber, and crossing Washington Park went straight to my rooms in the Benedict. Here I lunched comfortably, read the Herald and the Meteor, and finally went to the steel safe in my bedroom and set the time combination, the 3 3/4 minutes which it is necessary to wait while the time lock is opening, are to me golden moments. From the instant I set the combination to the moment when I grasp the knobs and swing back the solid steel doors, I live in the ecstasy of expectations. Those moments must be like moments passed in paradise. I know what I am to find at the end of the time limit. I know what the massive safe holds secure for me alone, and the exquisite pleasure of waiting is hardly enhanced. When the safe opens and I lift from its velvet crown a diadem of purest gold blazing with diamonds. I do this every day, and yet the joy of waiting and at last touching again the diadem only seems to increase as the days passed. It is a diadem fit for a king among kings, an emperor among emperors. The king in yellow might scorn it, but it shall be worn by his royal servant. I held it in my arms until the alarm in the safe rang harshly, and then tenderly, proudly, I replaced it and shut the steel doors. I walked slowly back into my study, which faces Washington Square, and leaned on the windowsill. The afternoon sun poured into my windows, and a gentle breeze stirred the branches of the elms and maples in the park, now covered with buds and tender foliage. A flock of pigeons circled about the tower of the Memorial Church, sometimes alighting on the purple tiled roof, sometimes wheeling downward to the lotus fountain in front of the marbled arch. The gardeners were busy with the flower beds around the fountain, and a freshly turned earth smelled sweet and spicy. A lawn-mower drawn by a fat white horse clinked across the greensward, and watering carts poured showers of spray over the asphalt drives. Around the statue of Peter Stuyvesant, which in 1897 had replaced the monstrosity supposed to represent Garibaldi, children played in the spring sunshine, and nurse girls wheeled elaborate baby carriages with a reckless disregard for the pasty-faced occupants, which could probably be explained by the presence of half a dozen trim dragoon troopers languidly lolling on the benches. Through the trees, the Washington Memorial Arch glistened like silver in the sunshine. And beyond, on the eastern extremity of the square, the grey stone barracks of the dragoons and the white granite artillery stables were alive with color and motion. I looked at the lethal chamber on the corner of the square opposite. A few curious people... Oh! Hallo, Cookie! Hallöchen, Cookie! Dankeschön für den Raid. Warum drücke ich Escape? Ich spiele kein Spiel, ich lese. Hallo Raiders. Hallöchen, Hallöchen. Cookie, wie war dein Stream? Erzähl mal. Was habt ihr überhaupt gemacht? Flüster Starlight Raid. Genau, wir machen heute mal ein bisschen was anderes, denn wir lesen ein Buch. Zumindest eine Kurzgeschichte. Wir lesen The King in Yellow. Ist leider auf Englisch, weil ich das nur auf Englisch bekommen habe, das Buch. Und genau, wir lesen eine der Kurzgeschichten daraus. Wir lesen jetzt nicht das komplette Buch. Das wäre ein bisschen viel. Coworking. Also dachte, Cozy passt zu Cozy. Ja, passt doch. Wir haben auch eben noch auf Epic the Musical reagiert, weil wir einen kleinen Ohrencleanser brauchten, nachdem wir uns den Trailer angeguckt haben für den neuen Netflix-Film Lesbian Space Princess. Und der war so schlecht, wir brauchten dann was Gutes. Und jetzt lesen wir The King in Yellow. Genau, und danach werden wir mal gucken, was wir machen. Also macht es euch bequem am Feuer und genießt einfach die Geschichte. I looked at the lethal chamber on the corner of the square opposite. A few curious people still lingered about the gilded iron railing, but inside the grounds the paths were deserted. I watched the fountains ripple and sparkle. The sparrows had already found this new bathing nook, and the basin were covered with the dusty feathered little things. 2 or 3 white peacocks picked their way across the lawns, and a drab of colored pigeons sat so motionless Und Hop hat heute von dem Buch geredet. Witzig. Echt? Vom King in Yellow? Das ist wirklich interesting. Colored sat motionless on the arm of one of the fates, that it seemed to be a part of the sculptured stone. As I was turning carelessly away, a slight commotion in the group of curious loiterers around the gates attracted my attention. A young man had entered and was advancing with a nervous strides along the gravel path which leads to the bronze doors of the lethal chamber. He paused for a moment before the fates, and as he raised his head to those 3 mysterious faces, the pigeon rose from its sculptured perch, circled about for a moment, and wheeled to the east. The young man pressed his hand to his face, and then with an undefinable gesture sprang up the marbled steps. The bronze doors closed behind him, and half an hour later the loiterer slouched away, and the frightened pigeon returned to its perch in the arms of fate. I put on my hat and went out into the park for a little walk before dinner. As I crossed the central driveway, a group of officers passed, and one of them called out, "Hello, Hildred," and came back to shake hands with me. It was my cousin Louis, who stood smiling and tapped his spurred heels with his riding whip. "Just back from Westchester," he said. "Been doing the bucolic milk and curds. You know, dairy maids and sabonnets who say, 'How?' and I don't think when you tell them they are pretty. I nearly died for a square meal at the Monkios. What's the news?" "There is none," I replied pleasantly. "I saw your regiment coming in this morning." "Did you? I didn't see you. Where were you?" "In Mr. Wilde's window." "Oh, hell," he began impatiently. Ich setze mich mal dazu. Ja, tatsächlich ist ein Spiel, was er streamt, daran inspiriert. Es gibt ein Spiel über The King in Yellow? Oh. Wie heißt es denn? "Oh, hell," he began impatiently. "That man is stark mad. I don't understand why you He saw how annoyed I felt by this outburst and begged my pardon. "Really, old chap," he said, "I don't mean to run down a man you like, but for the life of me I can't see what the deuce you find in common with Mr. Wilde. He's not well bred, to put it generously. He is hideously deformed, and his head is the head of a criminally insane person. You know yourself he's been in asylum." "So have I interrupted calmly. Louis looked startled and confused for a moment, but recovered and slapped me heartily on the shoulder. "You were completely cured," he began, but I stopped him again. "I suppose you mean that I was simply acknowledged to have never been insane." "Of course, that's what I meant," he laughed. I disliked his laugh because I knew it was forced, but I nodded gaily because I knew and asked him where he was going. Louis looked after his brother officers, who had now almost reached Broadway. "We had intended to sample Brunwick's cocktail, but to tell you the truth, I was anxious for an excuse to go and see Harbex instead. Come along, I'll make you my excuse." Die Story hat wohl damit zu tun, aber er meinte, The Sinking City heißt es. Gibt es nur für PlayStation. Egal, ich schau mir das dann im PlayStation Store mal an. The Sinking City, okay, das merke ich mir. We found old Harburg, neatly attired in a fresh spring suit, standing at the door of his shop and sniffing the air. "I had just decided to take Constance for a little stroll before dinner," he replied. And we will hydrate before we continue. And yes, the redeems are all muted in the reading stream, because if we continue to do reading, they would probably just distract me and interrupt. So basically, anything that makes noise will be off during reading or not be displayed. Because you wouldn't, like, shout that in the library, wouldn't you? He replied to the impetuous volley of questions from Louis. "We thought of walking on the park terrace along North River." At that moment Constance appeared and grew pale and rosy by turns as Louis bent over her small gloved fingers. I tried to excuse myself, alleging an engagement uptown, but Louis and Constance would not listen, and I saw I was expected to remain and engage with old Harburg's attention. After all, it would be just as well if I kept my eye on Louis, I thought, and when they hailed a Spring Street horse car, I got in after them and took my seat beside the armorer. The beautiful line of parks and granite terraces overlooking the wharves along the North River, which were built in 1910 and finished in the autumn of 1917, had become one of the most popular promenades in the metropolis. Excuse me. They extended from the battery of the 190th Street overlooking the Noble River and affording a fine view of the Jersey Shore and the Highlands opposite. Cafes and restaurants were scattered here and there among the trees, and twice a week military bands from the garrisons played in the kiosks on the parades. We sat down in the sunshine on the bench at the foot of the equestrian statue of General Sheridan. Constance tipped her sunshade to shield her eyes, and she and Louis began a murmuring conversation which was impossible to catch. Old Harburg, leaning on his ivory-headed cane, lighted an excellent cigar, the mate to which I politely refused, and smiled at the vacancy. The sun hung low above the Staten Island woods, and the bay was dyed with golden hues reflected from the sun-warmed sails of the shipping in the harbor. Brigs, schooners, yachts, clumsy ferry boats, the decks swarming with people. Railroads transport carrying lines of brown, blue, and white freight cars. Stately sound steamers, declassy tramp steamers, coasters, dredgers, scows, and everywhere pervading the entire bay, impudent little tugs puffing and whistling officiously. These were the craft which churned the sunlight waters as far as the eye could reach, in calm contrast to the hurry of sailing vessel and steamer. Sailing Vessel? Ich muss mal mit dir ein Spiel spielen, nämlich, ist das ein Junge oder ein Mädchen? Inazuma 11 Edition. Wär ich bei. Sehr geil, ja. Und du störst nicht. Du störst nicht. Ich muss dann nur gucken, wo ich war. Sailing Vessel. And streamers, a silent fleet of white warships lay motionless midstream. Constance's merry laugh aroused me from my reverie. "What are you staring at?" she inquired. "Nothing. The fleet." I smiled. Then Lewis told us what the vessels were, pointing out each by its relative position to the old red fort on Governor's Island. "A little cigar-shaped thing." I forgot the voice I did for him. "That little cigar-shaped thing is a torpedo boat," he explained. "There are 4 more lying close together. There are the Tapoon, the Falcon, the Sea Fox, and the Octopus. The gunboats are just above the Princeton, the Champlain, the Stillwater, and the Erie. Next to them lie the cruisers Farragut and Los Angeles, and above them the battleships California and Dakota, and the Washington, which is the flagship. Those 2 squatty-looking chunks of metal which are anchored there of Castle William are the double-turreted monitors, terrible and magnificent. Behind them lays the ram Osceola." Constance looked at him with deep approval in her beautiful eyes. "What loads of things, you know, for a soldier," she said, and we all joined in the laugh which followed. Presently, Lewis rose with a nod to us and offered his arm to Constance, and they strolled away along the river wall. Harburg watched them for a moment and then turned to me. "Mr. Wilde was right," he said. "I have found the missing tassets and left cursor of the Prince's embezzlement in a vile old junkyard garret in Pell Street in 998? I inquired with a smile. "Yes. Mr. Wilde is a very intelligent man," I observed. "I want to give him the credit of this most important discovery," continued Harburg. I intend it shall be known that he is entitled to the fame of it." "He won't thank you for that," I answered sharply. "Please say nothing about it." "Do you know what that is worth?" said Harburg. "No, $50. No, $50, perhaps?" "It is valued at $500, but the owner of the Prince's embezzlement will give $2,000 to the person who completes his suit. That reward also belongs to Mr. Wilde." "He doesn't want it. He refuses it," I answered angrily. "What do you know about Mr. Wilde?" "Oh, what do you know about Mr. Wilde? He doesn't need the money. He is rich, or will be, richer than any living man except myself. What will we care for money then? What will we care? And he and I, when... Hi, Vin! Hello, Vin! "When what?" demanded Harburg, astonished. "You will see," I replied on my guard again. He looked at me narrowly, as much as Dr. Archer used to, and I knew the thought I was mentally unsound. Perhaps it was fortunate for him that he did not use the word lunatic just then. "No," I replied to his unspoken thought. I am not mentally weak. My mind is as healthy as Mr. Wilde's. I do not care to explain just yet what I have on hand. But it is an investment which will pay more than mere gold, silver, and precious stones. It will secure the happiness and prosperity of a continent. Yes, a hemisphere. Oh, said Harburg. And eventually, I continued more quietly, it will secure the happiness of the whole world. And incidentally, your own happiness and prosperity as well as Mr. Wilde's? Exactly. I smiled. But I could have throttled him for taking that tone. He looked at me with silence for a while, then said very gently, Why don't you give up your books and studies, Mr. Castaigne, and take a tramp among the mountains somewhere or other? You used to be fond of fishing. Take a cast or two at the trout and the ringlays. I don't care for fishing anymore, I answered without a shade of annoyance in my voice. You used to be fond of everything, he continued. Athletics, yachting, shooting, riding. I have never cared to ride since my fall, I said quietly. Ah, yes, your fall, he repeated, looking away from me. I thought this nonsense had gone far enough, so I brought the conversation back to Mr. Wilde, but he was scanning my face again in a manner highly offensive to me. Mr. Wilde, he repeated, do you know what he did this afternoon? He came downstairs and nailed a sign over the hall next to mine which read, Mr. Wilde, repairer of reputations, third bell. Do you know what a repairer of reputations can be? I do, I reply, suppressing the rage within. Oh, he said again. Louis and Constance came strolling by and stopped to ask if we would join them. Harburg looked at his watch. At the same moment, a puff of smoke shot from the casemates of Castle William, and the boom of the sunset gun rolled across the water and was re-echoed from the highlands opposite. The flag came running down from the flagpole, and the bulges sound on the white decks of the warships. The first electric light sparkled out from the Jersey shore. As I turned to the city with Harburg, I heard Constance murmur something to Louis which I did not understand. But Louis whispered, My darling, in reply, and again, walking ahead with Harburg through the square, I heard the murmur of sweetheart and my own Constance, and I knew the time had nearly arrived when I should speak of important matters with my cousin Louis. I need to blow my nose. I'm so sorry. I will be right back. Okay. There we are. Chapter 3. One morning in early May, I stood before the steel safe in my bedroom, trying on the golden jeweled crown. The diamond flashed fire as I turned to the mirror, and the heavy beaten gold burned like a halo about my head. I remembered Camilla's agonized scream, and the awful words echoing through the dim streets of Carcosa. They were the last lines of the first act, and I dared not think of what followed. Dared not. Even in the spring sunshine, there in my own room, surrounded with familiar objects, reassured by the bustle from the streets and the voices of the servants in the hallway outside, for those poisoned words had dropped slowly into my heart, as death sweat drops upon a bed sheet, and it's absorbed. Trembling, I put the diadem from my head and wiped my forehead. But I thought of Hastur and of my own rightful ambition, and I remember Mr. Wilde as I had last left him, his face all torn and bloody from the claws of that devil's creature. And what he said. What he said. The alarm bell in the safe began to whir harshly, and I knew my time was up, but I would not heed it, and replacing the flashing circlet upon my head, I turned defiantly to the mirror. I stood for a long time, absorbed in the changing expression of my own eyes. The mirror reflected a face which was like my own, but whiter, and so thin that I could hardly recognize it. And all the time I kept repeating between my clenched teeth, "The day has come. The day has come." While the alarm in the safe whirred and clamored, and the diamond sparkled and flamed above my brow, I heard a door open, but did not heed it. It was only when I saw two faces in the mirror. It was only when another face rose over my shoulder, and two other eyes met mine. I wheeled like a flash and seized a long knife from my dressing table, and my cousin sprang back very pale, crying, "Hildred, for God's sake!" Then, as my hand fell, he said, "It is I, Louis. Don't you know me?" I stood silent. I could not have spoken for my life. He walked up to me and took the knife from my hand. "What is all this?" he inquired in a gentle voice. "Are you ill?" "No," I replied, but I doubt if he heard me. Come, old fellow," he cried. "Take off that brass crown and toddle into the study. Are you going to a masquerade? What is all this theatrical tinsel anyway?" I was glad he thought the crown was made of brass and paste, yet I didn't like him any better for thinking so. I let him take it from my hand, knowing it was the best to humor him. He tossed the splendid diadem in the air, and catching it, turned to me smiling. "It's dear at 50 cents, he said. "What's it for?" I did not answer, but took the circlet from his hands and placing it in the safe, shut the massive steel door. Wir machen mal einen Stream gemeinsam mit spoilerfreien Inazuma Meeps. Ich schreib's mir auf, wenn du wieder Luft hast natürlich. Das klingt nach einem Plan, da bin ich sowas von bei. Das klingt super. Wo war ich jetzt? Steel Doors. Da. The alarm ceased, but the infernal din at once. He watched me curiously, but did not seem to notice the sudden ceasing of the alarm. He did, however, speak of the safe as a biscuit box, fearing lest he might examine the combination. I led the way into my study. Louis threw himself on the sofa and flicked at flies with his eternal riding whip. He wore his fatigue uniform with the braided jacket and jaunty cap, and I noticed that his riding boots were all splashed with red mud. "Where have you been?" I inquired. "Jumping mud creeks in Jersey," he said. "I haven't had the time to change yet. I was rather in a hurry to see you. Haven't you got a glass of something? I'm dead tired. Been in the saddle for 24 hours. I gave him some brandy from a medicinal store, which he drank with a grimace. "Damn bad stuff," he observed. "I'll give you an address where they sell brandy that's brandy." "It's good enough for my needs," I said indifferently. "I use it to rub my chest with it." He stared and flicked at another fly. "See here, old fellow," he began. "I got something to suggest to you. It's 4 years now that you've shut yourself here like an owl, never going anywhere, never taking any healthy exercise, never doing a damn thing but poring over those books up there on the mantelpiece." He glanced along the row of shelves. "Napoleon, Napoleon, Napoleon," he read. "For heaven's sake, haven't you nothing but Napoleons there?" "I wish they were bound in gold," I said. "But wait, yes, there's another book. The King in Yellow." I looked him steady in the eye. "Have you never read it?" I asked. "I? No, thank God. I don't want to be driven crazy." I saw he regretted his speech as soon as he had uttered it. "There's only one word which I loathe more than I do lunatic, and that is the word crazy. But I controlled myself and asked why he thought the King in Yellow dangerous. Well, I don't know, he said hastily. I only remember the existence it created and the denunciations from pulpit and press. I believe the author shot himself after bringing forth this monstrosity, didn't he? I understand he's still alive, I answered. That's probably true, he muttered. Bullets couldn't kill a fiend like that. It's a book of great truths, I said. Yes, he replied. Of truths which send men frantic and blast their lives. I do not care if the thing is, as they say, very supreme essence of art. It's a crime to have written it, and I for one shall never open its pages. Is that what you have come to tell me? I asked. No, he said. I came to tell you that I'm getting married. I believe for a moment my heart ceased to beat, but I kept my eyes on his face. Yes, he continued, smiling happily. Married to the sweetest girl on earth. Constance Harburg, I said mechanically. How did you know? He cried, astonished. I didn't know it myself until that evening last April, when we strolled down to the embankment before dinner. When is it to be? It was to have been next September, but an hour ago a dispatch came ordering our regiment to the Presidio, San Francisco. We leave at noon tomorrow. Tomorrow, he repeated. Just think, Hildred, tomorrow I shall be the happiest fellow that ever drew breath in this jolly world, for Constance will go with me. Hold on. Rereading this. Are you telling me they known each other for a month and are getting married? I didn't realize this the first time I read this. I thought there were years in between they've known each other. They've known each other for a month and are getting married. Married. Okay. I offered him my hand in congratulation, and he seized and shook it like the good-natured fool he was, or pretended to be. I'm going to get my squadron as a wedding present, he rattled on. Captain and Mrs. Louis Castnade. Hildred? Then he told me where it was to be and who were to be there, and made me promise to come and be the best man. I set my teeth and listened to his boyish chatter without showing what I felt, but I was getting to the limits of my endurance, and when he jumped up and, switching his spurs till they jingled, said he must go, I did not detain him. There's one thing I want to ask of you, I said quietly. Out with it, is as promised, he laughed. I want you to meet me for a quarter of an hour's talk tonight. Of course, if you wish, he said, somewhat puzzled. Where? Anywhere in the park there. What time, Hildred? Midnight. What in the name of... he began, but checked himself and laughingly ascended. I watched him go down the stairs, but hurry away, his saber banging at every stride. He turned into Bleecker Street, and I knew he was going to see Constance. I gave him 10 minutes to disappear. Then I followed in his footsteps, taking with me the jeweled crown and the silken robe embroidered with the yellow sign. When I turned into Bleecker Street and entered the doorway which bore the sign, Mr. Wilde, Repairer of Reputations, third bell. I saw old Harburg moving about in his shop and imagined I heard Constance's voice in the parlor, but I avoided them both and hurried up the trembling stairway to Mr. Wilde's apartment. I knocked and entered without ceremony. Mr. Wilde lay groaning on the floor, his face covered with blood, his clothes torn to shreds. Drops of blood were to be scattered about over the carpet, which had also been ripped and frayed in the evidently recent struggle. It's that cursed cat, he said, ceasing his groans, and turned his colorless eyes to me. She attacked me while I was asleep. I believe she will kill me yet. This was too much. I went into the kitchen and seizing a hatchet from the pantry, started to find the infernal beast and settle her then and there. My search was fruitless, and after a while I gave it up and came back to find Mr. Wilde squatting on his high chair by the table. He had washed his face and changed his clothes. The great furrows which the cat's claws had ploughed up in his face he had filled with collidon, and a rag hid the wound in his throat. I told him I should kill the cat when I came across her, but he only shook his head and turned to the open ledger before him. He read name after name of people who had come to him in regard of their reputation, and the sums he had amassed were startling. "I put the screws now and then," he explained. "One day or another, some of these people will assassinate you. One day or another, some of these people will assassinate you," I insisted. "Do you think so?" he said, rubbing his mutilated ears. It was useless to argue with him, so I took down the manuscript entitled Imperial Dynasty of America. For the last time I should ever take it down in Mr. Wilde's study, I read it through, thrilling and trembling with pleasure. When I had finished, Mr. Wilde took the manuscript and turning it to the dark passage which leads from his study to his bedchamber, called out in a loud voice, "Vance!" Then for the first time I noticed a man crouching there in the shadow. How I had overlooked him during my search for the cat I cannot imagine. "Vance! Come in!" cried Mr. Wilde. The figure rose and crept towards us, and I shall never forget the face that he raised to mine as the light from the window illuminated it. "Vance, this is Mr. Kestnich," said Mr. Wilde. Before he had finished speaking, the man threw himself on the ground before the table, crying and gasping, "Oh God! Oh God! Oh my God! Help me! Forgive me! Oh, Mr. Kestnich, keep that man away! You cannot mean it! You're different! Save me! I am broken down! I was in a madhouse, and now, when all was coming right, when I had forgotten the king in yellow, but I shall go mad again. I shall go mad." The voice died into a choking rattle, for Mr. Wilde had leapt on him, and his right hand encircled the man's throat. When Vance fell in a heap on the floor, Mr. Wilde clambered nimbly into his chair again, and rubbing his mangled ears with the stump of his hand, turned to me and asked me for the ledger. I reached down for it for the shelf, and he opened it. After a moment searching among the beautiful written pages, he coughed and complacently and pointed to the name Vance. "Vance," he read aloud. "Osgood Oswald Vance." The sound of his name, the man on the floor raised his head and turned a convulsed face to Mr. Wilde. His eyes were injected with blood, his lips tumefied. "Called April 28th, continued Mr. Wilde. "Occupation, cashier in the Seaford National Bank. Has served a term of forgery at Sing Sing, from whence he was transferred to the asylum for the criminally insane. Pardoned by the governor of New York and discharged from the asylum January 19th, 1918. Reputation damaged at Shepherd's Bay. Rumors that he lives beyond his income. Reputation has to be repaired at once. Retainer, $1,500. Note, has embezzled sums amounting to $30,000 since March 20th, 1919. Excellent family and secured present position through the uncle's influence. Father, president of Seaford Bank." I looked at the man on the floor. "Get up, Vance," said Mr. Wilde in a gentle voice. Vance rose as if hypnotized. "We will do as he will do as we suggest now," observed Mr. Wilde. And opening the manuscript, he read the entire history of the Imperial Dynasty of America. Then, in a kind and soothing murmur, he ran over the important points with Vance, who stood like one stunned. His eyes were so blank and vacant that I imagined he had become half-witted, and remarked to Mr. Wilde, who replied that it was of no consequence anyways. Very patiently we pointed out to Vance what his share in the affair would be, and he seemed to understand after a while. Mr. Wilde explained the manuscript using several volumes of heraldry to substantiate the result of his researches. He mentioned the establishment of the dynasty in Carcosa, the lakes which connected Hastur, Aldebaran, and the mystery of Hyades. He spoke of Casilda and Camilla, and sounded the cloudy depths of Demhe and the lake of Hali. The scalded tatters of the king in yellow must hide Ythil forever, he muttered, but I do not believe Vance heard him. But by degrees he led Vance along the ramifications of the imperial family to Uhot and Thale, from Nautalba and Phantom of Truth to Aldonis, and then tossing aside his manuscript and notes. He began the wonderful story of the last king. Fascinated and thrilled, I watched him. He threw up his head, and his long arms were stretched out in a magnificent gesture of pride and power, and his eyes blazed in their deep sockets like two emeralds. Vance listened stupefied. As for me, when the last Mr. Wilde had finished and pointed to me, I cried, "The cousin of the king!" My head swam with excitement. Controlling myself with a superhuman effort, I explained to Vance why I alone was worthy of the crown, and why my cousin must be exiled or die. I made him understand that my cousin must never marry, even after renouncing all his claims, and how the last of all he should marry the daughter of the Marquis of Avonshire and bring England into the question. I showed him a list of thousands of names, which Mr. Wilde had drawn up. Every man whose name was there had received the yellow sign, which no living human dared disregard. The city, the state, the whole land were ready to rise and tremble before the pallid mask. The time had come. The people should know the son of Hastur, and the whole world bow to the black stars which hang in the sky of Carcosa. Vance leaned on the table, his head buried in his hands. Mr. Wilde drew a rough sketch on the margin of yesterday's Herald with the bit of lead pencil. It was a plan of Harbeck's rooms. Then he wrote out the order and affixed the seal. And shaking the palsied man, I signed my first writ of execution with my name, Hildred Rex. Mr. Wilde clambered to the floor and, unlocking the cabinet, took a long square box from the first shelf. This he brought to the table and opened. A new knife lay in the tissue paper inside, and I picked it up and handed it to Vance, along with the order and a plan of Harburg's apartment. Then Mr. Wilde told Vance he should go, and he went, shambling like an outcast of the slums. I sat for a while watching the daylight fade behind the square tower of the Judy Mudson Memorial Church. Judson Memorial Church. I can read. And finally, gathering up the manuscript and notes, took my hand and started for the floor. Mr. Wilde watched me in silence. When I had stepped into the hall, I looked back. Mr. Wilde's small eyes were still fixed on me. Behind him, the shadows gathered in the fading light. Then I closed the door behind me and went out into the darkening streets. I had eaten nothing since breakfast, but I was not hungry. A wretched half-starved creature who stood looking across the street at the lethal chamber noticed me and came up to tell me a tale of misery. I gave him money. I don't know why, and he went away without thanking me. An hour later, another outcast approached and whined his story. I had a blank bit of paper in my pocket, on which was traced the yellow sign. I handed it to him. He looked at it stupidly for a moment, and then, with an uncertain glance at me, folded it with what seemed to me exaggerated care and placed it in his bosom. The electric lights were sparkling among the trees, and the new moon shone in the sky above the lethal chamber. It was tiresome waiting in the square. I wandered from the marble arch to the artillery stables and back again to the lotus fountain. The flowers and grass exhaled a fragrance which troubled me. The jet of fountain played in the moonlight, and the musical splash of falling drops reminded me of the tinkle of chain mail in Harberg's shop. But it was not so fascinating, and the dull sparkle of moonlight on the water brought no such sensations of exquisite pleasure as when the sunshine played over the polished steel of a corselet on Harberg's knee. I watched the bath starting and turning above the water plants in the fountain basin, but their rapid jerky flight set my nerves on edge, and I went away again to walk aimlessly to and fro among the trees. The artillery stables were dark, but in the cavalry the officers' window were brilliantly lighted, and the sally port was constantly filled with troopers in fatigue, carrying straw and harness, and baskets filled with tin dishes. Twice the mounted sentry at the gates was changed, while I wandered up and down the asphalt walk. I looked at my watch. It was nearly time. The lights in the barracks went out one by one. The barracks gate was closed, and every minute or two an officer passed through the side wicket, leaving a rattle of accoutrement and a jingle of spurs in the night air. The square had become very silent. The last homeless loiterer had been driven away by the grey-coated park policeman. The car tracks along Worcester Street were deserted, and the only sound which broke the stillness was the stomping of the sentry's horse and the ring of his saber against the saddle pommel. In the barracks of the officers' quarters were still lighted, and military servants passed and repassed before the bay windows. 12 o'clock sounded from the new spire of St. Francis Xavier, and the last stroke of the sad-toned bell, a figure passed through the wicket beside the portcullis, returned the salute of the sentry, and crossing the street, entered the square and advanced towards the Benedict apartment house. "Louis," I called. The man pivoted on his spurred heels and came straight towards me. "Is that you, Hildred?" "Yes, you are in time." I took his offered hand, and we strolled towards the lethal chamber. He rattled on about his wedding and the graces of Constance, and their future prospects, calling my attention to his captain's shoulder straps, and the triple gold arabesque on his sleeve, and the fatigue cap. I believe I listened as much to the music of his spurs and saber as I did to his boyish babble, and at last we stood under the elms of the 4th Street corner of the square opposite the lethal chamber. Then he laughed and asked me what I wanted with him. I motioned to him a seat on the bench under the electric light and sat down beside him. He looked at me curiously with that same searching glance which I hated and fear so in doctors. I felt the insult of his looks, but he did not know it, and I carefully concealed my feelings. "Well, old chap," he inquired, "what can I do for you?" I drew from my pocket the manuscript and notes of the Imperial Dynasty of America, and looking him in the eye and said, "I will tell you. On your word as a soldier, promise to me to read this manuscript from the beginning to end without asking me a question. Promise me to read these notes in the same way, and promise me to listen to what I have to tell later. I promise, if you wish it, he said pleasantly. Give me the paper, Hildred. He began to read, raising his eyebrows with a puzzled, whimsical air, which made me tremble with suppressed anger. As he advanced, his eyebrows contracted, and his lips seemed to form the word rubbish. He looked slightly bored, but apparently for my sake, read. With an attempt at interest, which presently ceased to be an effort, he started when in the closely written pages he came to his own name, and when he came to mine he lowered the paper and looked sharply at me for a moment, but he kept his word and resumed his reading, and let the half-formed question die on his lips unanswered. When he came to the end and read the signature of Mr. Wilde, he folded the paper carefully and returned it to me. I handed him the notes, and he settled back, pushing his fatigue cap up to his forehead, with a boyish gesture which I remember so well in school. I watched his face as he read, and when he finished I took the notes with the manuscript and placed them in my pocket. Then I unfolded the scroll, marked with the yellow sign. He saw the sign, but did not seem to recognize it, and I called his attention to it somewhat sharply. Well, he said, I see it. What is it? It's the yellow sign, I said angrily. Oh, that's it, is it? Louis said in that flattering voice which Dr. Archer used to employ with me, and would probably have employed again had I not settled his affair for him. I kept my rage down and answered as steadily as possible. Listen, you have engaged your word? I am listening, old chap, he replied soothingly. I began to speak very calmly. Dr. Archer, having by some means become possessed of the secret of the imperial succession, attempted to deprive me of my right, alleging that because of my fall from my horse 4 years ago, I had become mentally deficient. He presumed to place me under restraint in his own house in hopes of either driving me insane or poisoning me. I have not forgotten it. I visited him last night, and the interview was final. Louis turned quite pale, but did not move. I resumed triumphantly. There are yet 3 people to be interviewed in the interest of Mr. Wilde and myself. There are my cousin, Louis, Mr. Harburg, and his daughter, Constance. Louis sprang to his feet, and I arose also, and flung the paper marked with the yellow sign to the ground. Oh, I don't need to tell you what I have to say, I cried with a laugh of triumph. You must renounce the crown to me. Do you hear me? To me! Louis looked at me with a startled air, but recovering himself, he said kindly, Of course, I renounce the... what is it I must renounce? The crown, I said angrily. Of course, he answered. I renounce it. Come, old chap. I'll walk you back to your rooms with you. Don't try any of your doctor's tricks on me, I cried, trembling with fury. Don't act as if you think I am insane. What nonsense, he replied. Come, it's getting late, Hildred. No, I shouted. You must listen. You cannot marry. I forbid it. Do you hear? I forbid it. You shall renounce the crown, and in reward I shall grant you exile. But if you refuse, you shall die. He tried to call me, but I was roused at last, and drawing my long knife, barred his way. Then I told him how they would find Dr. Archer in the cellar, with his throat open. I laughed in his face when I thought of Vance, and his knife in the order signed by me. Ah, you are the king, I cried. But I shall be king. Who are you to keep me from empire over all the habitable earth? I was born the cousin of a king, but I shall be king. Louis stood white and rigid before me. Suddenly a man came running from 4th Street, entered the gates of the lethal temple, traversed the path to the bronze door at full speed, and plunged into the death chamber with the cry of one demented. And I laughed until I wept tears, for I had recognized Vance and knew that Harburg and his daughter were no longer in my way. Go, I cried to Louis. You have ceased to be a menace. You will never marry Constance now, and if you marry anyone else in your exile, I will visit you, as I did my doctor last night. Mr. Wilde takes charge of you tomorrow. Then I turned and darted into South Fifth Avenue. With a cry of terror, Louis dropped his belt and saber and followed me like the wind. I heard him close behind me at the corner of Bleecker Street, and I dashed into the doorway under Harburg's sign. He cried, "Halt, or I fire!" But when he saw that I flew up the stairs, leaving Harburg's shop below, he left me, and I heard him hammering and shouting at the door, as though it were possible to arouse the dead. Mr. Wilde's door was open, and I entered crying, "It is done! It is done! Let the nations rise and look upon their king!" But I could not find Mr. Wilde, so I went to the cabinet and took the splendid diadem from its case, and I drew on the white silk robe, embroidered with the yellow sign, and placed the crown upon my head. At last I was king. King by my right in Hastur. King because I knew the mystery of Hyades, and my mind had sounded the depths of the lake of Hali. I was king. The first grey penicilling of dawn would raise a tempest which would shake 2 hemispheres. Then I stood, my very nerve pitched to the highest tension, faint with the joy and splendor of my thought. Without it, in the dark passage, a man groaned. I seized the tallow dip and sprang to the door. The cat passed me like a demon, and the tallow dip went out, but my long knife flew swifter than she, and I heard her screech, and I knew that my knife had found her. For a moment I listened to her tumbling and thumping about in the darkness, and then, when her frenzy ceased, I lighted a lamp and raised it over my head. Mr. Wilde lay on the floor with his throat torn open. At first I thought he was dead, but as I looked, a green sparkle came into his sunken eyes. His mutilated hand trembled, and then a spasm stretched his mouth from ear to ear. For a moment my terror and despair gave place to hope, but as I bent over him, his eyeballs rolled clean around his head, and he died. Then, while I stood transfixed with rage and despair, seeing my crown, my empire, every hope and every ambition, my every life lying prostrate there with the dead master, they came. They seized me from the behind and bound me until my veins stood out like cords, and my voice failed with the paroxysm of my frenzied screams. But I still raged, bleeding and infuriated among them. And then, and more than one policeman felt my sharp teeth. Then, when I could no longer move, they came nearer. I saw old Harburg, and behind him my cousin Louis's ghastly face, and farther away in the corner a woman, Constance, weeping softly. "Ah, I see it now," I shrieked. "You have seized the throne and empire. Woe! Woe to you who are crowned with the crown of the king in yellow." Mr. Castanets died yesterday in the asylum for mentally insane. That was The Repairer of Reputations. The first short story of The King in Yellow. Oh boy! I should have probably mentioned it's horror stories. There we go. That was our first story of the day. But one thing I noticed is that my throat is giving out. I don't know if you can hear, but I'm starting to lose my voice. So we will not be playing a game probably today. Yeah. I still hope you should try drinking honey, maybe if you aren't already doing so. I will drink a tea with honey later. I actually do that quite a bit for when I voice act and start to lose my voice, but I still thank you for the advice. I hope you did I hope you liked it, that I did like the short reading segment of The King in Yellow. Gotta say, the other stories are good as well. Okay, the last one maybe not so much, but yeah. I like it very much. I like the first one a lot. Second one is also okay. And then it's kind of like the third one is and then the fourth one is just like But yeah. If I find another book we can read, it probably will not be like one book in one whole stream because rip my voice. But maybe we will make it a tradition to read like either a short story or yeah, a short story or a chapter. I will be waiting for the next one then. Alright, this is a very positive review for me. The next one would be in The King in Yellow, would be The Mask. Which we will then read next stream. Today was very much spontaneous. I still can't believe that we did react to Epic the Musical just because this freaking Netflix ass movie fried our brain so much. But I could never say no to Epic. And I also hope you had fun with the little reading corner. Because then we will definitely continue it. And next time, if there's time, so on Sunday, we will also either play Expedition 33 or we will play, we will play Hades. I don't know yet. But Expedition or Hades, both are good. Yes. That's the problem, and I want to replay both. One I'm starting for the first time, the other I gotta continue. And I can't already wait 8 months again to continue Expedition 33. So I will probably be doing a poll on my Discord. Head or tail? Probably, or I will be doing a poll on my Discord, to which you are not, if you are not already a part of the Crow's Nest, ! Discord in the chat will give you the link, if you don't also want to miss me going live in the future. There is the link. Right. Let's see, who could we raid? Because I'm also getting quite hungry and I want food. I want food. I do want food. So, I think this is the first time where I had a purely like just chatting like reaction reaction stream and like reading. Yeah. Usually I game a lot, but this was also fun. Like just like 6 hours reacting and talking. It was also okay. It was also fun. So with that, I thank everyone for being here. I thank the new people who joined. I thank everyone who stayed, who lurked. Thank you so much. Who also was here for the new model reveal. I'll be using this look for a while now. Let's see, where do we go? I would say we will go to one of my friends, Natsu. He's playing Overwatch right now, though he is German. So just a heads up, but I do want to support my friend. And I have not raided him so far, I believe. There we go. Okay, and with that, I will be taking my leave. I will see you all Sunday. Until then, I can just say bye-bye, nestlings.